just trying to stay alive at the moment. Rescue on Sam to get a fear onto Flame. Rosita gets interrupted, fire breath channel by Zenu, and that's gonna close it.
Hammer of Justice lands, and that's gonna be game 1 to Luminosity.
The dragon will succumb to the temptation. And unleash the aspect's darkest nightmares.
Sends the damage. Huge damage coming in. Double kill. That's it. Good night. A lot of devastation right now. Full blind onto Asgraff. Zebai could easily go down. Can they purge the blessing of protection? They do manage to. There's the kidney shot. Are they going to be able to take him down at the same time, though? Waz gets disarmed. He's down to 1% health. Can he survive? No, not this time, Waz.
Well, Drake, I don't think he survives the next crowd control on Brain. He's trying to run away. He's just dying. Jellybeans is absolutely blasting, and he's got the Sentinel out. He's shooting through the fence line right now. His entire team can shoot through pillars. Insane usage of that spell right there, and they managed to close it out. And here comes the Spear Bastion onto Wallace. He's got no evasion. He's caught in this. Blitzdorm is cutting him down here. Here's the double stun. They need to keep the massive spell. Can they take Drake down in the scatter shot? They can!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 NA of the second season of AWC. My name is Aya. I'm going to be your host today. We're here with Zico, Venruki, and Supatees. Yesterday, we saw the European teams battle it out, and now, Zico, we are heading into North America.
Yeah, today we got some exciting games. Today we are going to be deciding that top 4 here in North America, and it's going to be interesting to see, some of those little bit newer rosters, to see what they can do. And to see kind of how some of those teams have adapted from last week. We had some really, really interesting kind of results in that last week. Luminosity Gaming not in the finals. It's kind of a world first here in North America. So it's going to be really interesting to see kind of what they have planned here for this tournament. If Drake has picked up that subtlety rogue or what's going to be happening.
Yeah. Curious to see what we got going on here. We are starting off the day, of course, in NA with Luminosity Gaming versus the Fuses Lit. So we've got a lot of elimination rounds up next, Supatees. And at the end of this weekend, we're going to be halfway through these teams' chance to get points.
Yeah, which means that they're likely either going to be kind of settling into the top 3 or settling into the gauntlet, and the gauntlet is not comfortable. Last season's gauntlet was super intense, which is a single elimination tournament where if you're the 8th point earning team, you'll basically be in the first round against 7th place, and you'd fight just back to back to back until you fight the final boss, which is the 4th place team in terms of points, to get the last spot of the top 4 for the final. So if you want to avoid that brutality, you want to be earning as many points as possible to be just in the top 3 and sitting comfy at that layer, so you can avoid that tournament entirely.
Yep. That is definitely not a good place to be. I do remember the end of the season. I mean, some of those teams it was really tight. I can imagine the competition is only going to stay the same in regards to those points being so close once again at the end of the cups. But we will keep you guys posted along the way in terms of standings as to where these teams are. But North America, we saw a bit of a development on the European side in terms of meta. We've got some changes coming in as well. Ven, what do you expect to see with NA today?
NA really has been all about the subtlety rogue and assassination, but it seems like the assassination is kind of invested at this point. You have players like Drake who have heavily invested in that spec, and I think we're going to be seeing them make some changes. I feel like that's primarily the reason why we're seeing them in the lower bracket for the last 2 weeks, and I think it's been potentially a bit of a wake-up call for them. I know against Golden Guardians, the series what actually sent them to the lower bracket, they did try a few different things. So they went with the mirror match with the assassination rogue. They also tried to bring in the retribution paladin, demonology warlock, which is a composition that actually won them last season's NA championship. So bringing in some different compositions, trying a few different things out, but it just doesn't seem like they can really make too much work. But you can never count these guys out. The thing is, this is such an experienced roster. I really am curious to see what they end up going with. You did mention the European games yesterday. I feel like for week number 1 in Europe, it was all about the wizards. So lots of Moonkin Elemental Shaman Warlock, Warlock Moonkin. compositions such as this nature. A lot of teams kind of mixed it up this week, bringing in the Arms Warrior. We saw Blizzo on Arms playing with a Moonkin that did exceptionally well. We saw some Demon Hunter Moonkin do okay. And then Rogue Mage, for example, coming in from Echo. So I still feel like we're at a point where the meta is evolving just a little bit, but it kind of feels like the Subtlety Rogue and a lot of different wizard specializations are kind of prominent right now.
Yeah, definitely. And we're used to seeing that kind of progress through the course of the 4 qualifying cups, teams kind of trying different things. So we'll see where Luminosity ends at the end of these first 4 cups, but they are the first up team here, like I said, in an elimination round, Sid, and they're going to be against the Fuse is Lit.
Yeah, and the Fuse is Lit have a prominent player, Rosita Jones, on the team, who we called like the Dynasty Destroyer when it was a few years ago at BlizzCon. They ended Swapsy's tirade of Europe, the 3-time back-to-back champions in a row. That he was on the team that stopped their reign. So will he do the same against Luminosity Gaming? You maybe call him the Kingslayer. Luminosity Gaming has kind of been the dominant team of North America. So Rosita Jones, their team is bringing some unique compositions. Like they've got the Fire Mage Feral Druid is what I've seen from the ladder, but they also have Dazed, so they're likely a strong Rogue Mage team. But Luminosity Gaming have been practicing that Subtlety Rogue, and if the Fuse is Lit can get to Echo's level, we've seen that Rogue Mage Priest can win that matchup. Potentially they're going to need to utilize a Holy Priest though to see success.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And I'm excited for the Fuse is Lit. I'm excited to see Rosita return. That's still probably one of my favorite AWC interviews ever with him right after that series you were describing, Sid, with Bajira, and then going on to the finals with 2 NA teams. That was a great moment. But we will see if he can continue his reign with the Fuse is Lit. As you can see here, this is the bracket that we've got. Like we've talked about, we've got those elimination rounds, Luminosity Gaming, Fuse is Lit, and then Better to Respect versus RNG up next after that. And just overall, I mean, how do you feel like the shape of like the quality of North American teams has been so far, Zico?
Definitely been stepping it up a notch. We've been talking a lot about the kind of differences in the meta between the EU and NA. In EU, there's been a lot more wizards, been a lot more kind of boomkin warlock type of thing going on, a lot of boomkin alley as well. And in NA, it's been a lot more about that sub rogue. But I feel like a large difference as well has been some of those healer picks. I feel like in Europe, we've seen a lot more evokers, a lot of priests, and in North America, it's been a little bit more resto shaman, a couple of resto druids as well, with, for example, Flop playing in that resto druid. So there are some differences, but I feel like in general, there's a very diverse meta, and also I feel like the quality of the teams have been stepping up, and there's a lot of good teams that also don't even make it to that top 8. There's so many. I'm thinking about, for example, Chaz's team. We have yet to see them. We haven't seen them in North America. That's a maybe more difficult region confirmed. But yeah, it's cool to see the teams that haven't made it so far, and again. I mean, we talk about Luminosity Gaming, we talk about dynasties. I feel like Luminosity Gaming's dynasty has pretty much outlasted the one of Swapsy. So seeing them in the lower bracket is very, very weird at this point. And this is the second time in a row so far this season.
Yeah, definitely. And, like we've mentioned so many times before, that these points you can get behind really quickly. It's crazy how quickly it goes by. Like I said before, at the end of this weekend, we're halfway through these teams to get in for their chances to get points, and it's top 3. So that is some tough competition for sure, especially with Zico saying how many good teams didn't even make it to top 8. So this is definitely going to be very fierce this season. But that being said, we are going to be kicking off the first game of the day. Luminosity Gaming, the Fuse is Lit. Who will be eliminated? Who will be going forward in the lower bracket?
All right, Fuse is Lit are bringing out a balanced here. They're bringing out EU meta, Boomkin Demon Hunter. This was really unexpected for me. I thought this was going to be a Rogue Mage team, so for them to play a Wizard Cleave is quite surprising. Luminosity Gaming, they're playing the Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman, but they're still playing Assassination and not getting Drake reps on Subtlety. Now, Subtlety probably would be worse in this matchup. With how well Demonology Warlocks can kind of shut down their goes. Assassination is going to be much more throughput in this type of matchup, but on the side of the Fuse is Lit, this is like triple alt versus basically main team Luminosity Gaming. So I don't know if this is going to work for them, Zico.
Yeah, I do like the Asa Rogue in this matchup. Like you mentioned, you're going to have that Shiv. You're going to be able to stop a lot of that healing from, for example, Frenzied Regen from that Moonkin. But it will be interesting to see here what Rosita Jones can get done here on his Warlock. Fuse as well. We typically see him on that Feral Druid, but he's going to be on that Moonkin. So the Kidney Shot fused, and they're going after Rosita Jones right now. Flay going to be rocking that Evoker right now, getting caught up in a full fear. Prev already doing a lot of work here on that Shadow Priest, and so far, they have been able to, I think, force out a Healthstone right there from Rosita Jones, but nothing major just yet. They're going to swap to Fuse here, also forcing out that Bark Skin. They have the Siphene down right now, blasting off, and it's going to be Rosita Jones actually taking the brunt of that exchange here, dropping dangerously low here. He might need to trade something. That will be the Emerald's Communion coming out here from Flay, so already Luminosity Gaming forcing out some major cooldowns.
You can see Fairy Swarm for Fuse. He's running that Disarm for the Rogue, but it's going to be easily dispelled here by Brain. Flay, no Trinket, getting Cheap Shot, getting Crowd Control. Double Garrote, that's big damage from the Assassination Rogue. Prev's likely got dots on both targets as well in this position. Just waiting for that Psychic Horror Silence combination, and they're probably going to go for the kill on Flay with no Bark Skin, and they've already got him down at half health. This could be very dangerous. They need to purge off the Shroud from Flay, and I think Prev was working towards it. Now going for a Void Torrent, trying to maximize the damage. Flay pre-rewinds, anticipating Crowd Control here. Pre-disarm a bit too early here onto Drake. Another fear spamming, trying to punish the Dispel, trying to force Cloak of Shadows from him and get him off of Rosita Jones's back. We can see that Observer out right now. Prev actually killing that quite quickly. Now moving closer to Flay. There's the silence. Can they get the stun? Everybody is dead on the side of the Fuse is lit. Big heals coming from Rosita. Fuse is now low. Barkskins might die through it if he's not careful. He's got Renewal. He heals up a bit with that. He also has Heart of the Wild. He's sitting in his back pocket. His Sport Cloak's going to proc as he gets pulled back with the rescue. They survived that assault, but it did cost them quite a bit, and the damage is still lingering with their team hovering at around 70%.
Ooh, big lightning lasso here onto Fuse. Once again, a lot of damage coming out here, and Drake is sitting on that death mark as well in his back pocket. If they get a nice crowd control onto Flay, he's definitely going to be able to pull the trigger on that onto Fuse. But Rosita Jones just getting blasted here by Prev, and Tyrant is now out for Rosita Jones. Actually going to be able to get a lot of casts done here. Prev respects it, ducks away for the pillar. Shadow Fury just a split second too late there. If it could have landed a little bit earlier, would have allowed that Tyrant to get a couple of more casts off. But they do force out the dispersion. Drake in some trouble. He does have the Cloak of Shadows. Here's the CC chain. There's a cheap shot to follow up that silence onto Flay, but they're not able to find any more follow-up here with those fears. And Drake once again dropping quite low, forced to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Here comes the damage though onto Fuse. Is he ready? They shut down Prev here once again. Nice solar beam there onto Prev's cast, and that should slow down the damage here a little bit from Luminosity Gaming, but Flay still has a lot of catch up to do, but he's getting aggressive here. Fire Breath onto Drake as he ducks in, but that could cost him the game here as he does manage to heal up Rosita Jones, but Rosita Jones just teleporting behind the pillar, and nobody can reach him here with the heals. Flay still sitting through endless amount of crowd control. Rosita Jones trying to kite, and he does manage to stay alive for just a second here. Can Flay keep him top though is the question. He still has a lot of work ahead of him. He gets the dream projection, but look at Fuse. Meanwhile, Fuse is getting absolutely destroyed, and Luminosity Gaming with just too much pressure here, overwhelming amounts of damage coming in, and they will take game number one.
So I think he was trying to immune the stun with Deep Breath, but with the way that he positioned it, he just flew into melee range of Prev and got feared. And I actually think he did immune the stun if we catch that in the replay where he deep breaths there at the end of the game. And they actually forced Void Shift from Prev amidst that. So if they'd just been a little bit more precise with where they were going with the deep breath, been in a better position. Fuse also had Heart of the Wild, which he didn't use, which could have given him an extra boost of armor, extra healing, double frenzied regen to just live a little bit longer, because they were actually pretty close to getting a kill, surprisingly, even though they're kind of getting dwarfed in the amount of damage that was coming out from Luminosity Gaming. I feel like there is actually potential in this matchup, and hopefully in the replay we'll catch that, because I don't know why Flay would fly to the Shadow Priest other than trying to immune a stun. So this is a bit earlier and much earlier in the game, I think. Not really that critical moment, because that's really like the game deciding moment. This is the big push where they get unending resolve and Barkskin from Fuse and Rosita Jones, which then seals their fate a little bit later on. So is this getting to the point where, yeah, so Flay deep breaths right here, I think, just in another maybe like 5 or 10 seconds. And does
Yeah,
Prev
right
have
here
some
after the
sort
fire
of
breath.
Yeah, so he flies right into the Shadow Priest and gets feared and has to trinket, and then time dilates and then gets crowd controlled again. So I don't know if that was the best time to do that. Like
I feel like that was definitely an offensive move. Like he loads up the fire breath to get,
get void
that
shift
big
here.
damage. Yeah, I mean it's not
And
bad.
they got Link.
They definitely got a lot of pressure from it, but they also exposed themselves, and that's the tough part, right? When you're playing that evoker, are you gonna go offensive? Are you gonna stay on defense? And picking those moments can be really hard because you can't just sit back and PvE heal. But if you go in, and you fly too deep, you can definitely get punished for it.
Fly too close to the sun, you
get burned.
Just Icarus cosplay right now from Flay on Evoker. Just a little bit too close to the sun in that game. But they got Link and they got Swap, which is honestly more than a lot of teams get from Luminosity Gaming, considering that they're playing triple alt here in game number 1. Maybe there's a more favorable map that they could go for as well, because if they just survived a little bit longer, Emerald Communion comes off cooldown, they get to reset, and they get to have another go at Luminosity with no Swap and no Link. So I think this is an all right comp. I like the Evoker healer into the Assassination Rogue, so if they do flex any other compositions, I think Flay should keep playing that class in this matchup. Maldraxxus Coliseum makes me think they're going to continue to do the same comp and spread out a little bit more with the distance of the maps. That way Drake's not getting double Garrotes, because what was really surprising is how much pressure they had on 2 players against the caster cleave. It should be much more difficult for a rogue to get pressure on 2 targets when they're both ranged. So this map should enable them to limit his pressure a bit more, and that way Flay will be free to do damage more and not falling behind as much.
Yeah, I do think the map is definitely going to make a difference here. And I don't mind if the Fuses Lit actually runs it back with that same composition, because like I said, it was a close match and they're going to have a little bit more space to work with here. So I think trying it one more time definitely can't hurt. So we'll see what they decide to do. But for Luminosity Gaming, I mean, they looked really, really solid here. Once again, on that RPS. And we haven't seen Drake on the sub rogue too much yet, but I do believe that that's something that they have been practicing as well. So we're probably going to get to see it kind of maybe in a different matchup or potentially just in a later series if they do advance from this. This is, of course, an elimination series. So whoever loses here is just going to be out of the tournament. And it's so weird to me to see Luminosity Gaming in this situation where they are. Ooh, never mind. The Fuses Lit is going on mains right now. So, they didn't like those triple alts. So they're going to be bringing in the Fire Mage, the Feral Druid, and that Holy Priest. So my question is, why not just tag in Dazed on the Rogue instead of, like, what is the Feral Druid doing here?
I mean, we haven't seen Feral getting a huge amount of success. Maybe that changes now, but one of the difficulties of Feral Druids is Rogues just dying in stuns. Maybe it's because they have the Fire Mage, so if they're going after the Mage, the Feral is free. And maybe he'll be able to do a lot more not being trained down by a rogue, because if you don't train a glass cannon mage, you're basically throwing the game. So maybe it's one of those things where it's like they're both glass cannons and Fuse will be more threatening. On the Feral Druid, this isn't particularly... Usually you want a Feral Druid into high mobility casters, and Shadow Priest isn't high mobility. So it's like being a Feral it's not like you're getting a huge edge, being able to sprint around the map really fast like you would against a Warlock or a Mage. So this is kind of just main comp for them in my mind. This is what I see them on the ladder playing the most, as opposed to maybe being necessarily the best matchup for them. So hopefully it works out for them. I'm interested to see how the Holy Priest plays in this, if maybe triple crowd control is enough and they can just like one-shot the Rogue with Chastised Fears on the Shaman and like Polymorphs on the Shadow Priest in this type of setup with Feral Stuns on the Rogue, and kind of repeat that over and over until they can finish him. I'm imagining that's the strat for this composition.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just like more comfort over what maybe the best thing they have in the matchup. But I mean, we have seen Luminosity dismantle so many Rogue Mage teams as well. So maybe they feel like this is actually better. It is going to be interesting to see because, we haven't seen FMP in such a long time. So it's going to be cool to see actually somebody running that and to see what they can actually get done here. But I am a little bit skeptical. I feel like the Feral Druid definitely it should be free, honestly, in this matchup. But the Mage, on the other end, is definitely going to struggle. They're going to need a lot of pressure. They're going to need to just have infinite momentum, basically, because I feel like once they fall behind on the side of the Fuses Lit, it's definitely going to be really tough for them to recover So we'll see. This could just be a really, really quick match, to be honest.
Yeah, this is one of the games that could just end in the opener for either side, really, if the pressure swings too heavily in favor. So let's see, can Rosita Jones, Fuse, and Flay step up to the plate? Can they end Luminosity Gaming's dynasty? Because this would be one of their worst placements ever if they lose. Obviously, they're looking very formidable off that game 1 victory. And let's see if they continue to look as threatening. Cheap shot opener from Drake. He gets peeled away by Fuse. Prev is pushing in very aggressive. They're going to maim stun him and continue to go after Drake. They force evasion. It is traded pretty equally here for the Incarnation. You usually want to line those cooldowns up, so not too much damage just yet. They really want to work towards that Cloak of Shadows with this combustion. Can they get a cloak from Drake? Looks like Brain is free of crowd control and healing him up through this as Drake vanishes away from the fight. And if they don't have the cloak here, it means he's going to have 3 get out of jail free cards against combustion: Trinket Cloak, Trinket Link, and Trinket Swap. Those are like the most important cooldowns that the Fuses Lit need to get, and they didn't get any in the opening stages of this fight so far.
Oh, and look at Rosita Jones, though. His positioning is kind of forcing Flay to run into the middle of the map here. Rosita Jones is going to be in a lot of trouble here. They get a full blind onto Flay. He trinkets out. Ray of Hope connects, and he is in that Angel form, trying to spam out some heals here onto Rosita Jones. That will be a massive Ray of Hope there to connect. So nice recovery there from Flay, but it did cost him his trinket. Fuse now caught him in a kidney shot. Drake taking a lot of damage there. Brain actually dropping that healing tide totem behind the pillar and also using that Ascendant. So he's going to be able to recover Drake, and now once again it's going to be Rosita Jones here in a lot of trouble. That's going to be the Void Shift here. Actually, it wasn't the Void Shift. It was just a massive heal coming out there with that Guardian Angel. And Rosita Jones is still dropping quite low. Fuse is also dropping extremely low here. And any crowd control onto Flay. And it's going to be big defensive cooldowns. Could be that Ice Block here being forced. Prev doing a lot of damage. Lightning Lasso onto Fuse. They counterspell Prev. Can they land some more crowd control out of this Gouge? Prev is there. Should be able to land the Fear, and he does. Full Hex, though, onto Prev. Does get dispelled, though. But look at Rosita Jones just dropping lower and lower. That Cauterized should be able to proc right here. He Ice Blocks before they get it. So Rosita Jones is going to have that Cauterized in his back pocket. Nice Ice Block there. But that's going to be another big cooldown being forced here. He's going to try to counter-aggress here onto Drake with that Combustion here. Getting aggressive, but Drake just gets pulled back to safety from Prev. They've done the hit. They've gotten the Ice Block. And now Luminosity Gaming just trying to recover here for a little bit during that Combustion.
Yeah, but leaving the Rosita Jones out in the open like this, his fireballs hit so hard. I've seen like 160k fireballs. So the longer they stay behind the pillar, Prev's going to take more and more damage. Kidney Shot's going to connect. Doesn't look like Rosita has a way to escape. Void Torrent fully channeled. Typhoon comes through to try and disrupt it for a moment. Brain is Cyclone. They get Drake's Trinket. They're so close to the kill. They get Void Shift out from Prev. Such a close call here. Great push from the Fuses Lit. But now they need to recover. They're going to use the Guardian Angel. Big heals under Rosita. Fuse is trying to off-heal as well and do what he can. As he's got Feral Frenzy available, he could get a really big loadout of bleeds onto Drake with no Trinket and no evasion with Incarn. And Brain needs to be in position and ready to use that Trinket Link because that's a big threat. Combustion's coming up pretty soon for Rosita if he can work to reset that just a little bit faster. But Fuse is now falling behind. Flay ducks into Angel form to immune crowd control, but he's just not able to heal the damage, it seems. Here comes Incarnation. Massive damage onto Drake. As Brain in position. He gets stunned for a moment. Bash onto Drake for follow-up. Combustion comes up in 1 second. Spirit Link comes down, but the whole team is just dying. Rosita Jones is pumping numbers right now. Drake is trying to get on top of him and prevent his assault as Rosita blinks back behind the pillar. Flay is getting feared away. Alter time comes through. Rosita has to rewind that pretty soon here. He's so low at the moment, but that was a really big push. They got the last cooldown they needed to get to win, but now they might just die. Flay Void Shifts 1 second away from... They're just killing him through 2 life bars. Void Torrent fully channeled. Cauterized going to trigger. The entire team is just ravaged right now on the side of the Fuse is Lit. Flay is doing what he can. Apotheosis, resetting those important holy words and trying to get his team back alive because they still have a chance. There's no trinkets on anybody on Luminosity Gaming. If they can just stabilize a little bit here and set up triple crowd control, they could pull this off.
They actually have been extremely close here to pulling it off. Can they do it, though? They still need to kite here. They're using this map very, very well, but Drake not following here, following into the trap, realizing that he needs to go for that re-stealth, maybe go for, waiting for that cloak to come back, and he has been able to get it, so they're going to go for that last push here. Luminosity Gaming, smelling blood in the water. What can they do here? Drake now getting stunned up there, pushing out Rosita Jones' trinket, though, with that kidney shot, but now here comes the damage onto Drake. Are they ready to deflect it? Brain is there with the Earthen Ward Totem. Is that going to be enough to keep Drake alive here? They get a full polymorph onto Brain. They kick the Master Spell. Can they take him down, though, is the question. They get the Cloak of Shadows from Drake. They do have a blind available here for Flay, and there it is. Full blind onto Flay. Full kidney shot potential here for Rosita Jones, but he's kiting beautifully with that alter time, actually, now. Going to be able to go back in time. He gets silenced. He gets kidneyed. He's not going to be able to activate it. 1 more second, and he's not going to be able to teleport back. Luminosity Gaming manages to close it out, but that was way too close for comfort there. The fuse is lit, definitely showing a lot of prowess here on that Feral Mage.
Oh man, I think he was out of line too, and Flay had Ray and Guardian Angel as a save in that position, so it's a really tragic way to go down, but they're honestly looking very threatening with this composition, at least on the big maps when they can get distance away from their opponents. Small maps, I'm not so sure if this comp is going to work. It was really tragic that I think at one point where they get the ice block, because Flay is just caught in a 2-second fear and they get an ice block right here. Like if Fuse could get any heals, I think that was a regrowth from him actually, where his health bounced up for a moment. They get a stun on Drake, a stun on Brain, try and like stall the damage there, but ice block's out of the way now. Feral Druid has no trinket. Those are really key cooldowns that, you know, you're probably not going to see twice in a matchup like this. You want to try and greed them as long as possible. This was the big push where like they almost killed Drake through everything. Like Link comes down and Brain almost doesn't get in it before they're able to kill it. If they'd killed that Link like 1 second faster, they might have been able to win the game right there as well. Alter time also can just be purged, so I wonder if the end of the game, I don't think it did get purged. I think it just didn't have enough time to run before he got CC'd. If he could have just been in line of sight, it's like such a tough decision to make at like the final second of the game when your team has nothing. It's like, well, I want to line the priest, but I'm also lining my priest that could maybe save me in that final moment. And this polymorph like almost won the game. It got cloaked, they grip, and this is where like what it could Flay have saved Rosita. So his healer's in a blind, so he's thinking I'm gonna blink far away and then alter back to my healer, but he gets silenced, he can't go back, he gets corroded, and then he's out of line and he can't go back. He's kidneyed out of line, and Flay's like, oh no, this is so tragic right now.
It's just one of those situations where it's really tough, because if he would have stayed out in the open there, he would have gotten purged. You know, there's a shaman, there's a priest as well, that most likely that altar time was going to be gone. So he's trying to stay behind the pillar to actually protect his altar time. But I think he kind of miscalculated how long his healer was going to be in crowd control there, because if he was just a step more to the right, he actually would have been able, Flay would have been able to keep him up for long enough for that altar time to trigger. But you can see how well Luminosity Gaming plays around that altar time as well. They go for the silence, you can't go back. They go for the Garrote, you can't go back. They go for the kidney, he can't go back. And then they kind of race that altar time. And earlier, in one of those replays earlier as well, his altar time doesn't actually get purged. He instantly cancels it. And that's something that you do as a mage because it resets your blink. So sometimes it's better to just alter and instantly cancel it just to get another blink, so you can blink back, gain more distance. So I think Rosita Jones in general actually played it well defensively. He just got a little bit unfortunate there at the end. And I think that one big push where they got his ice block, they got, you know, a lot of cooldowns, and also that other push where they were able to get the cauterize, they were able to get the void shift, they were able to get so much in just one big go. I think that was really, you know, what kind of set them behind here. And also kind of how they were playing the start of the game. I feel like the second half of the game played much more different, because they were just running, allowing Fuse to just get those stuns out, and then Rosita Jones just to kind of just do damage from range. Whereas earlier in the match, they were a little bit, you know, worse positioned, and also kind of just trying to play a little bit more kind of standard crowd control gameplay. And I really think that this kiting playstyle is the way for them to win. Just keep Rosita Jones running the whole game, and anytime the you know, Fuse can get those stuns out, that's when he's going to be able to cast, get those big fireballs, get that big damage out, and then just rinse and repeat and just try to stay alive in between. So I like that adaptation that they did towards the second half of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if the Fire Mage is at a distance, he's going to solo the other team. Like, if you leave a free casting Fire Mage max range away, he would literally kill the entire team. So just keep pulling away until the enemy team either gets impatient or can't keep up. Like, a Shadow Priest is going to have a tough time keeping up with the Fire Mage, and same thing for the Assassination Rogue, honestly. So they'll probably at certain points have to turn on the Feral, and as soon as they turn on the Feral, you just free cast Fireball from max range and just melt everybody on the other team. So it's likely going to be what they're going to employ from the start of this game. It's really unfortunate that the first round of cooldowns they used Combustion and Incarn, and all they got was Evasion. Like, I think it literally was nothing else. Whereas the second time they got Incarn and Combust, they got like every single ability from Brain. So if they can maybe coordinate a little bit better in terms of crowd control to try and get more bang for their buck from that first Incarn, they could probably win the game faster.
Yeah, if they can space out those cooldowns a little bit, they definitely can kind of deny some of that value, because they did stack the Combust, they did stack the Incarn, and they weren't able to get too much for it. So I think it was just the Evasion, right? So if they can, you know, maybe stagger those cooldowns a little bit, that could also be a way forward. But yeah, we'll see. Luminosity Gaming, you know, they're a tough beast to take down here. They are looking hungry, and that RPS is super good just in general. I feel like against those mage priest type of compositions like rogue mage, warrior mage priest, feral mage priest, etc. I feel like the RPS just does really well because they're just so good at getting those long crowd control chains onto the priest while kind of going after that mage. I don't think Rosita Jones was playing that blink stun in that last game either, because he was trinketing the kidney shots. I'm pretty sure he was playing that shimmer. So I wonder if he's going to swap to just a regular blink stun, or if he's just going to go with the shimmer and just try to rotate with his healer the way he was in that last game. There's definitely kind of pros and cons with both of them, but definitely hard when you play that regular blink stun, because sure, you're going to be blinking out of the kidney shots, but if Drake just doesn't press his kidney shot, then you're just stuck and you're not going to be able to actually get that distance. So it's a kind of an annoying thing to choose when you're playing against those assassination rogues, because it does put you on the clock. Eventually, you're going to be in those full kidney shots when you don't have an ice block, you don't have a trinket, your healer doesn't have cooldowns to save you, and every single one of those kidney shots is going to be forcing out a cooldown eventually to kind of put you in that position.
All right, it's match point here. The Fuses Lit need to reverse sweep Luminosity Gaming. This is not an easy task. Probably the hardest task to ask of almost any team in competitive arena gameplay. So I'm interested to see if they can do it. There was possibilities. They were showing signs of life in that game. They were definitely starting to leave some marks on Luminosity Gaming. It's not like they came out of that game completely scratch-free. So the Fuses Lit are looking to try and dig in and get the finishing blow this time around, and at least put a point on the board against the Titans that are Luminosity Gaming with their unique composition. This is the only team we see playing the Feral Druid, the Fire Mage, and the Holy Priest. So they're trying to do it with their own style and their own flavor. Luminosity Gaming, what's interesting about this is that they're still not utilizing subtlety as opposed to assassination, which makes me wonder if they're still not comfortable with it, because I feel like Luminosity Gaming will need subtlety to be able to beat the Golden Guardians and potentially Liquid as well in the future.
Yeah, that's the problem. They're gonna definitely need that sub rogue, but I think in this matchup they just don't want to play the sub rogue into that Munkin Wizard Cleave with the Warlock, so they're probably just sticking with that assassination rogue. It's working well for them so far, and they're probably just more comfortable on it. But we are going to need to see that sub rogue come out for them if they want to actually have a shot at winning this entire thing, unless they have some more surprises. They do have a pretty good fourth member named Ceralium that I feel like Luminosity Gaming just is like a three-man roster at this point. I haven't seen Ceralium in such a long time. He used to play in all of their games in that last year, playing a lot of Shaman, playing a lot of Mage. But we really haven't seen him tagged in too much yet. It's just been all about Prev and Drake. And I mean, they've had a great success, so I can't really fault Luminosity for kind of running with this lineup. But maybe it is time to bring in, Ceralium as well this season. Right. We got the game going. We got Tolvir match point, Fuses Lit versus Luminosity Gaming, Sid.
All right, tournament lives on the line. If they want to start earning points and getting at least into the gauntlet, let alone the top three here, the Fuses Lit need to have a much deeper run than this. But Luminosity Gaming is such a scary team. They've been on a tirade in North America, just undefeated finals after finals after finals after finals for years and years. So quite a tough first opponent. Rosita Jones just immediately off the rip pressing combustion on the Shadow Priest for the game is even, or maybe it was just a proc cauterize.
It was a proc
cauterize. Proc cauterize for Rosita. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize too much with it. Fuse just sneaking around in stealth. Prev's getting aggressive. Stun into fear. They're going to open immediately with a kidney shot, but they do get peeled away by Fuse. He doesn't get lightning lassoed until he gets that double rake stun. So opener is pretty neutralized from both sides, but Incarnation is already being pulled out, and Fuse is already kiting away. He's like, I got my bleeds up. Honestly, that's how I'd like to see them play the matchup. Just get bleeds up and start running away while the Fire Mage casts. But Fuse is getting intercepted with that lightning totem, static field, holding him out in the middle of the map. Prev is free casting, too much damage to handle. Flay has to jump into Angel Farm, and even in Angel Farm, struggling to keep his team alive.
Yeah, this is not going to be a great opener because Flay is going to be left behind here. And what are they going to do? Flay actually pushing in for a fear, but Prev manages to find the fear first. Flay is going to use that Will of Forsaken, get that counter fear. They get a full fear into a full sheep onto Brain, but where is the damage? Drake already pre-vanishes and gets the setup there to kind of cover. They do manage to pull out that dispersion, though, from Prev, so maybe they have to go after Prev a lot more in the matchup. Already Deathmark being used here. A lot of damage potentially onto Rosita Jones. Drake trying to reconnect here onto his target, but Goes for that death from above onto Fuse, and then Shadow Steps to Rosita Jones, getting a lot of pressure here, but that will be the Guardian Spirit, kind of nullifying a lot of that damage coming out from Drake. But so far, Flay has been doing a good job kind of just making sure that his teammates aren't having to use their personal cooldowns. Rosita Jones still has his trinket as well for those kidney shots, and I would say they're doing a great job playing this strategy now from the start, where they're just bleeding, running, keeping them off Rosita Jones, but now finally they are going to reconnect there. Full blind onto Flay. He's going to trinket out Rosita Jones, sitting through another kidney shot right there, and Rosita Jones now going to be blinking back to safety, and now he's going to utilize this great big map to actually get a lot of damage on. Prev could be in trouble.
Oh, let's see. He's just going to line of sight with his team, duck around the pillar, bunker down. Fuse is getting pressured away. He can't stay on top of them. He's going to retreat with the team. I wonder if they can win on mana with the Holy Priest, because Brain was actually really low in that last game. If they could maybe even potentially dampen them. Another kidney shot on Rosita, shutting down that combustion quite heavily. He's taking so much damage. He's trying to get back behind the pillar with Flay here. Flay dispels off dots. Fuse is on the run. Prev is pushing in aggressively. Silence onto the healer. Everybody is dying. They're so close to proccing Cauterize. Fuse might just fall over in a fear. He bark skins at below half. Flay is still feared. They MD the ice block. They proc the Cauterize. They're looking to end the Fuses Litz tournament run at this point. They're in shambles. They're just trying to pull off a miracle one-shot on Prev, but he survives it scot-free. Doesn't even have to disperse, and honestly, they're in shambles right now. They're completely tattered. They're bruised. They're broken at this point. They might just be out.
Yeah, it's not looking too good here for the Fuses. They have to use Ice Block, Cauterize, Rosita Jones trinket, the Fuses trinket. Flay has nothing as well, and here comes the setup. Full cheap shot onto Flay, into a full fear. Who are they going to go after? It looks like it's going to be Rosita Jones, but Flay actually manages to get his Will of the Forsaken off there in time, getting some value there, and now ducking back into Angel form, so he should be able to block this kill with that Ray of Hope, pausing that damage, and it should be a positive Ray of Hope with that Angel form. And now Rosita Jones can kind of stay alive for a little bit. They need to get some good counter pressure right now. Full fear secured there onto Brain. Really nice timing there by Flay. Manages to find that in between the Master Spell and that fear, but still Rosita Jones dropping dangerously low there, almost going down once again, and now they're going after Fuse a little bit as well, and I have no idea how they're going to actually be able to stay alive on the side of the Fuses Lit. They need massive pressure. They have combustion, but can they even survive long enough to pull the trigger? Full kidney shot onto Rosita Jones. Fuse as well, dropping quite low here. Finally, they pull the trigger, I think, here on the combustion, get Drake down and push him back a little bit here on the pillar, just allowing Flay some time to recover with his team. They are ahead on mana, but cooldowns are dwindling. One more kidney shot could potentially secure the game here.
Oh, a silence on a Rosita. Oh, Void Torrent channeling through the pillar. They're trying to Cyclone. They can't get it. Brain grounds it. And now there's no peels. Prev and Drake are on top of Fuse. He's fully dotted. They step over the kidney shot. Rosita Jones. Prev gets interrupted for a moment. Brain into a stun. Can they get any follow-up crowd control off of that stun? Doesn't look like it. Fuse is out of the match with that static field. Rosita's on the run. Alter time again. Is he going to trade it out here? He does get healed up, but now Fuse is just dying to Prev in the backline. Flay has to Void Shift him to save him. Now he doesn't have it for Rosita. They stun Drake behind the pillar. The miracle kill. The double fear. Can they pull it off? They're completely broken. They're in shambles. Everything on their team is not going in their favor, but they get Link and Void Shift in one stun, one misposition from Drake, and the Fuses Lit are playing for any opportunities that Luminosity Gaming will present them.
Yeah, but they still have that Trinket Link in Brain's pocket. They still have that cheat def. Still a lot of cooldowns to go through here, but they're trying to work through some of them right now. Fuse going for the Cyclone, but he does get interrupted there by Brain. Drake's still taking a lot of damage here. Drake not feeling too comfortable to push in. Dampening is also ramping up. If they can stay alive for a little bit longer, they should have that combustion rotating back up for Rosita Jones. They could be able to get some work done with that full sheep here onto Prev. Drake realizing that if he continues to chase, he could be in trouble to get a full Cyclone onto Prev. So now they have an opportunity to go after Drake. Drake realizes it. Shadow steps over, and there it is. Full stun onto Drake. Big damage coming out. Oh, nice shutdown, though. Beautiful fear from Prev into the silence onto Flay. He's going to duck into Angel form. He should be able to deflect this kill onto Fuse, but they are not working with a lot of mana here. I don't know how Flay is actually being able to keep his team alive for this long, making a good case for himself on that Holy Priest. Full stun onto Brain. Can they take somebody down? It looks like Fuse is going to be the one going down here. I don't know if they have anything to stay alive here. Mind Games Connect. Big damage coming out here. Mind Flay Insanity gets kicked there. Full cheap shot onto Flay. Do they have a gouge to follow it up? They do, and Fuse, I think, is going to go down. Can Flay connect? Can Prev connect with the full fear? He will, but the Will of the Forsaken comes out. Fuse on the backhand of the pillar, spamming out the regrowths, gets kicked there on his Cyclone. Rosita Jones running down as well. A few seconds remaining before he has that ice block. Can he get it? And no, he cannot. Rosita Jones will fall. About 10 seconds remained on that ice block cooldown. Very unfortunate. The Fuse is lit. I would say they played a great game, but it just didn't look like too favorable of a matchup. Luminosity Gaming just looked too strong today.
A rough team to run into on the first round of the bracket in the lower side. It is not normal that you would see Luminosity Gaming down here, and this is a team that terrorizes mage compositions. So they definitely put up a fight here and made them work for it. It's interesting to see them how they experimented in the first game with the Boomkin and the Demonology Warlock. I do wonder if that's going to be something they invest in the future. I think with the nerfs coming to Demonology, that probably not. So they'll likely continue to focus on these Holy Priest compositions. They were so close that one moment where they bait Drake behind the pillar and stunned him and actually almost KO'd him in that instance. The only thing I'm wondering is I think Flay had Apotheosis at the end of the game, and he had a tiny bit of mana. So actually, I kind of wonder if he could have saved the team in the final moment. I don't know if it affects the mana cost of your spells. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered. But I feel like he had like one more heal left in the tank. Brain gets this insane static field totem. This is the push on Drake. Like, look, Fuse is just dead. So Drake's like, all right, we win the game. I'm going in. This is over. Like, they're all dead. I'm going to play to win. And then he's like, oh, wait, I got knocked behind the pillar. Oh, God, I think I might have just lost the game. And he almost dies right there in that moment. And right here, Flay has Apotheosis. He's crowd controlled at the moment, but he can reset like a Serenity, get a big heal. They've got Renewal. Like, I mean, this is me picking at like straws right now for like the tiniest little thing they could have done differently at this moment when the entire team is dead. But he's sitting on Apotheosis this whole time. He pops it right here, and then Static Field comes. He got the heal with it. It's just everybody's dead. He healed Fuse with the Serenity, and then they just went on Rosita instead. The Static Field from Brain was just too good.
Yeah, that Static Field was really nasty from Brain. Got the triple with that one. And even on the largest map, this just didn't look like too good of a matchup. Rosita Jones wasn't able to get, enough damage out here on the Fire Mage. They had, some glimpses there where they caught Drake behind the pillars, and they were able to do, a tremendous amount of damage, but it just didn't look like too favorable of a matchup here for these teams. So, yeah. Tough one for the Fuse is lit, but Luminosity Gaming will stay alive in the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you guys already said it all. That is definitely not an easy position to be in. You get sent down to the lower bracket, you got to face Luminosity, but the Fuse is lit. Definitely put up a good fight. Do you feel like this is a team that has potential, Supatis? Do you want to see them return?
I mean, they're probably going to come back, I would think. They're a very strong team. I feel like these names have been competing in tournaments for a while now. On other rosters, I think Daze was playing with Dukanomics before, so he's kind of a new addition to this roster in my mind. But like Flay's our solo shuffle priest champion. Like Fuse has been competing in AWC Cups. Rosita's made it to BlizzCon. Like, this is a team that I don't think is going anywhere. They're just going to try and figure out how to make it work. Unfortunately, on Tuesday, I think Shadow Priest is going to be even more menacing for them. So this might become a bigger problem before a smaller one, but maybe they're not even setting their aims on Luminosity. Maybe it's like, let's just get into the gauntlet first steps. And then after the gauntlet, I think 10.1.5 comes out and there's some changes in that as well. So maybe the meta is more in favor of the comps that they've got on their team. Maybe they can get Dazed and get their Rogue Mage going. Because we saw Echo win against Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman with the Rogue Mage. Although playing at Echo's level, you've only got like a couple weeks left to get to Echo's level. That might not be a feasible one either, but they're definitely a team that I could see making it into the gauntlet.
Yeah, for sure. We'll definitely have to keep an eye out on this team. Here's just an overview. $400,000 of prize pool for these cups here. But like Sid was saying, there's the first 4 cups that these teams have a chance to get those standings in. So we will be seeing the Fuses Lit walking away with a good chunk of points, and we'll of course keep everyone updated of where we are in terms of standings at the end of this weekend. Here's a look at the bracket as well for North America. Unfortunately, Better to Respect had to forfeit their series as one of their players is unavailable to play, and since they're a 3-player roster, they aren't able to compete today. So that is definitely unfortunate for them. We're going to see RNG advance into the bracket, so they're going to get a pass on that one, and that means we'll be going straight to this upper bracket series of Golden Guardians versus Super One-Shot Frogs. So surprise, we're going to be going to a huge series here. We are going to head to a break, and when we come back, we're going to be getting this series ready. But before we sign off for this one, Zico, Golden Guardians, I mean, this team has been ramping up quite a bit. Super One-Shot Frogs, they're new here for this season, but we're familiar faces for sure on that roster. So 2 very strong teams head to head right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these are some of the strongest teams right now in North America. It's so close, calling the top. You got Liquid looking super solid. You got Golden Guardians winning that last cup. I think Golden Guardians, actually, I heard that they're completely undefeated this season. I heard that there's something like 23-0 or something like that in map.
Sheesh.
So the Golden Guardians just,
there you
22-0, top 6. The Golden Guardians, this is their season. The stonks are going up, ladies and gentlemen. Can they keep that streak alive? Can we see them maybe get a 30 bomb, after this cup? That would be insane. Golden Guardians, you can see here on the standings as well. In number 1, and the Super One-Shot Frogs, definitely one of those teams that could shake up things here. They run some very unconventional compositions, and they got some of the best players in North America on that roster. So that's the former Cloud9 roster. So it's going to be interesting to see what they have kind of planned up for this matchup. Definitely going to be a huge one. If they can get the better end of Golden Guardians and knock them down to the lower bracket, you're basically guaranteeing yourself that either Luminosity won't make it or Golden Guardians won't make it, and you're just happy either way then.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Super One-Shot Frogs will be the new king of the hill here with Golden Guardians on that crazy winning streak. So, after the break, we're going to find out. Golden Guardians, Super One-Shot Frogs up next. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Just as a reminder, if you didn't see our announcement before we went to this break, one of the players, unfortunately, in Better to Respect from the match we should have seen previously, wasn't able to make it, so the team had to forfeit. That would be leaving RNG moving forward into the bracket, which means we are now in the upper bracket. We're going to be seeing Golden Guardians facing off against Super One-Shot Frogs. This is a match we discussed before heading into the break here, Ven, and these are some teams. I mean, Golden Guardians, we were kind of talking about them, how they've found so much success lately, just really finding their stride, really finding a lot of success, especially this season, Ven.
I mean, this season has looked great for them. There's no doubt about it. I feel like a large part of that is they get to play the composition that they're best at, right? When they can play the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman, this is something that they've been doing for years and years and years, expansion after expansion after expansion. And when it is a good comp, they look really good doing it. I feel like Peekaboo, especially being able to play that Subtlety Rogue, he really shines on it. Such a playmaker for their roster, backed up by obviously Absurge and WizK. They have a very aggressive playstyle that can really keep you guessing. And I feel like this particular meta is perfect for them. They have Jellybeans backing them up as well if they need them. And we did see the Thug Cleave in Europe do pretty well. So that Hunter Subtlety Rogue is also going to be an option for these guys if they decide to go with a different route. But Golden Guardians obviously looking really good, going undefeated on the season, but they're going up against a very difficult opponent, the Super One-Shot Frogs. I mean, these guys are willing to go the distance, flop primarily playing that Restoration Druid. I feel like if they can drag the game on late enough, I think they have a fair shot here. And the super difficult thing about them especially is that they're always bringing some random comp. Like for Super One-Shot Frogs, they know what they're playing against. It's going to be the RPS. But for the Golden Guardians, I mean, they really have to kind of guess what Super One-Shot Frogs is going to be able to lock in here because they're always throwing curveballs.
And you can see their kind of journey. Their BFA win rate was like 49%, and you can see their you can see it right there, 49% win rate in all of Battle for Azeroth. So definitely not the best. It's pretty decent, kind of mid tier. And then you could see it in that season 1 for Dragonflight, which was a little bit higher, actually a little bit lower. And this was a really tough meta for them because of that RPS not being super strong. So they had to kind of diversify a lot. You had the WizK Mage, Arc, and things like that happening. And then you can see their win rate for this season, which is a lot better. Well, this is for season 1, and this is for this season right here. You can see 100% win rate so far. So it's been a journey for them. I think it's been a while since we saw them on top. I would say in Legion, they were considered, like the top dog in North America. I think that's when they placed second at BlizzCon. And since then, they've kind of been, trying to fight their way back. And now I feel like they are kind of returning to their former glory a little bit.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, also to give credit to them, their composition, obviously, that they've been playing for so long, as we just saw, is good right now. But also, I feel like last season, they did a lot of adaptations. We saw their players kind of switching specs, trying new compositions, which also they found quite a bit of success in. But we are going to see if Super One-Shot Frogs is up to the task. This is a team full of legends themselves now coming together for this super team, basically. So we're going to be seeing them kick off in this map against each other here in the upper bracket. Golden Guardians, Super One-Shot Frogs, game number 1.
I'm curious, what is Super One-Shot Frogs going to be locking in? Are we going to see Cubsy on the Arcane Mage? No, we are not. It is going to be the Warlock, Elemental Shaman, Restoration Druid. So Super One-Shot Frogs, like I said, they are a team that is willing to go the distance, flop on that Restoration Druid a lot of the time. That is your win condition. You get into dampening, you drink enough, you try to extend it to the late game, but Golden Guardians and their RPS, I feel like, should be a very fair match. I think they're going to play this one pretty aggro, and it's really going to be up to Super One-Shot Frogs to have a solid defense.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can kind of break through this brick wall. Last time we saw the Golden Guardians, they were absolutely dominating. Let's see what they can get done here in the opener already. Going for that static field totem onto Flop. Peekaboo looking for Flop right now. They actually got to go after him now. They are going to crowd control him here with the kidney shot into the full blind. And that should allow them to actually get the sap there as well. And that will be a full sap there onto Flop. Cheap shot now onto Wealthy Man. Where is the damage, though? They don't have any follow-up so far onto Flop, and Flop is just going to be able to kind of heal up his team at that point. So the first push here for the Golden Guardians, CC's looking clean, but they're not really able to find the damage here, but they are stacking it up now onto Cubsy. They do CC, that Demonic Tyrant, and here we go, Smoke Bomb attempt onto Cubsy, big damage potential. They get the Fear onto Tyrant as well. Flop, though, immuning crowd control immediately here with that Tranquility, making sure that he doesn't get disarmed by that Shadow Priest, doesn't get silence comboed during that Smoke Bomb. So Flop with a heads-up play, cheap shot into Gouge, and now they're going after Wealthy Man here. Can WizK find the follow-up? There's the silence. They do have the disarm, I do believe, onto Flop as well. Not able to find it just yet. Cheap shot onto Wealthy Man, but Flop once again ducking out of crowd control, trades out the Iron Bark, and manages to keep his team in the fight.
Yeah, definitely Peekaboo kind of all over the place at this point, getting crowd control on Flop with gouges, kidney shot. Big setup here on Peekaboo, though. Needs to be careful. Could go down, does have the Cloak of Shadows, so more than likely going to be okay. Absol needs to stabilize him. And keep in mind, Peekaboo has burned through a lot of his vanishes, so he doesn't have that as an out, but Cloak of Shadows should hopefully be more than enough. He's also running the Cheat Death. He's going to Shadow Step over, get a kidney shot, but he gets caught into the Axe Toss. A huge amount of damage here from Wealthy Man and Cubsy. And Peekaboo hold on. He's just been so unstable, hovering around 30, 40% health. Finally going to pull the trigger on that Cloak of Shadows. Trying to reconnect to his target. A big setup here on Wealthy Man. Got the Astral Shift, not going to need it. Flop tosses in a huge heal, but he has burned through mana. And the problem for Flop is to go into the late game, he's going to have to drink, but he's just been so far on the back foot in this matchup so far. It's been really difficult for him to actually drop combat, and that's one of the things Golden Guardians is really good at. They're really, really good at pushing the pace, keeping their opponents on the back foot, and I think so far they've done a pretty good job, but Peekaboo is definitely in danger. He's got basically no cooldowns. This could easily be a Spirit Link totem from Absturge.
Yeah, and Peekaboo, realizing the situation, gets gripped back to the pillar there with WizK, and it is time to play defense. WizK dropping a few flash heals. Defensive Smoke Bomb actually coming out for Peekaboo here as well. They have basically no cooldowns, like you mentioned, onto Peekaboo, so it's going to be very risky going for these offensive plays right now, but they need to try to maintain some of that pressure. They go for that kidney shot there onto Wealthy Man. They don't want to allow Flop to just have free reign here and allow him to drink, but they are going to get a little bit of pressure here onto Wealthy Man. Flop so far, though, able to deflect it, dispelling those mind games, looking for that damage. Peekaboo landing his kick here onto Wealthy Man and looking to set up here. They do get the silence on the Flop. Where's this damage coming from? WizK looking to power up here, gets a full fear. There's a full cheap shot kidney. Can they take down Wealthy Man? And they will get double trinket at the back end of that push, but Peekaboo now in a lot of trouble. Absturge in a full hack. Trinket comes out, actually gets dispel, I believe. I'm not sure exactly how he came out of that. Maybe the Tyrant blasted Absturge. I'm really not sure how that broke, but Absturge will be able to get back to the pillar and actually doesn't trade the Spirit Link in that situation. They did trade the Void Shift, though, for WizK, so that's going to be a massive cooldown forced here, but now there's an opening. They have the blind, they have no trinket on Flop and no trinket on Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man also doesn't have that Astral Shift, so that next setup could be onto Flop, it could be onto Wealthy Man, and that could potentially just close out the match.
Well, let's see what they can do. Peekaboo just sitting in stealth right now. Dampening is getting higher and higher. Wealthy Man getting set up on. A couple cheap shots coming in. Big hit of damage. What is going on? Wealthy Man forced to use that new dig talent, the Burrow, to get out of line of sight and keep himself alive. But Peekaboo is there with a Shadow Step. Flop finally able to connect the Iron Bark, and that should be enough. But the Purges are coming in from WizK and Absturge. That gets shut down by Cubsy. Beautiful peels there. Full hacks on Absturge out of the fear. He just trinketed out. This could easily be the end of the game. Peekaboo's in trouble. Such a nice setup there by the super one-shot frogs. And now Absturge is getting swapped. He's just getting blasted. Could easily drop as well. Pops the Ascendance, but Cubsy's on an absolute terrorizing mission right now. He's just destroying the Golden Guardians. They're all hiding behind the pillar. That's the second defensive smoke bomb of the game. Definitely not what you want as a subtlety rogue, but really, really tense moment there. I feel like Super One-Shot Frog is doing a really good job finding offense in this match.
Yeah, Super One-Shot Frogs, they survived that setup there, which should have been the kill go for the Golden Guardians. What are they going to do now? They're going after Wealthy Man once again, gouge onto Flop. They do have a kidney shot, I do believe, out of that as well. Now, they do find a cheap shot, Shadow Step back onto Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man with the pre-Astral Shift. Can he continue to chain? There's a full fear onto Flop. A lot of trouble. 5 seconds left on that trinket of Flop. If they had the smoke bomb right now, it could have just been the game, and they might just be the game anyway. The Golden Guardians, man, on that RPS, able to get it done, but you got to give a lot of credit to Super One-Shot Frogs here. They were so close to handing them their first loss of the season.
And that was really, really crazy, but Golden Guardians continue the streak. There was a lot of close calls. That was not easy. I mean, it's definitely difficult. I was talking to Absturge a little bit before this match started, and he was saying, like, They're stressed out. I mean, it's hard, right? Because this is a team that is willing to go the distance. This is a team that's always bringing surprises, and they're very good at what they do. Super one-shot frogs. I mean, there was a couple close calls here. Peekaboo getting incredibly low at multiple times in the match. We saw really nice fears from Cubsy, good hexes from Wealthy Man as well. And Peekaboo was definitely in danger at times in this match, but ultimately the Golden Guardians, one thing they're good at lots of things, but one of the things they're really good at too is realizing when they need to push the pace, right? Like a lot of teams, they get scared, they hide behind the pillar, but at a certain point, when you're playing a setup composition like this, you're playing aggressive composition like the RPS, you have to pick your moments to actually go. So even though the game looks really scary right now, they realize once we're stable, all right, they're running out of cooldowns as well. We need to try to make an offensive push, and that's exactly what they do. Get the Astral Shift here from Wealthy Man. You can see Flop right now is caught into a fear. There is a Tremor Totem, but unfortunately Wealthy Man gets stunned. He's out of distance. And I feel like if Super One-Shot Frogs is a little closer together somehow, Wealthy Man could have actually dropped that Tremor. They might have been able to survive that situation. But getting split up like that, really, really unfortunate, and the Golden Guardians were able to capitalize.
I mean, on that replay, they got their trinkets back as Wealthy Man died. It was literally, 5 seconds, and the kidney shot had like 4 seconds remaining on Wealthy Man. And same thing for Flop in that fear. As the fear ended, he got his trinket back as well. So, the Golden Guardians, they had a window, and they really took, the last possible second of that window to actually secure the kill. And I feel like for the Golden Guardians, they had a lot of these setups where they kind of committed a lot of the rogue cooldowns to actually get, the setups going, but they weren't actually forcing much with those. I feel like the setups where they forced the most was when Peekaboo had no cooldowns, and it was basically just WizK hard carrying the damage. So I feel like WizK's been a big player here in this composition. And also Absturge, being able to assist with the purges, being able to just assist with the offense, with the, the static field totems, etc., has been really big for their team.
Yeah, I just feel like they're on the same page when it comes to their offense, right? They just work together so well. I know Shadow Priest as well, I think, are getting some damage buffs next week on Tuesday with some of the new patch notes. So it's going to make WizK even more horrifying in these setups because he's doing a lot of single target damage here. It does look like we're going to be going to a large map. So Empyrean Domain, not really a big surprise. I feel like Super One-Shot Frogs, they want distance. If you're playing that Restoration Druid, you want to be able to escape and try to get away from the Shaman. I feel like if Golden Guardians are able to just run on top of you, that's definitely worst case scenario. So it makes a lot of sense with this kind of map selection. But we'll see. That was close. What do you think? Do you think Super One-Shot Frogs are going to be able to, dent Golden Guardians here? Put a blemish on their perfect record? Yeah.
I definitely think that it's possible. I mean, that game was super close. Super One-Shot Frogs, they looked very well practiced. And honestly, the way they died, I really didn't expect it, because there wasn't, a lot of cooldowns being committed, at least not from the Rogue. And also, Wealthy Man pre-Astral shifted the setup, and I don't know, he just died through it, died through everything basically. So it was at the smallest window possible. With that said, though, I think the Golden Guardians had a clean opportunity before that when they got the 2 trinkets, and then they went for that big one shot with the blind, and the burrow for Wealthy Man actually saved him. So I don't know. I feel like the Golden Guardians could have had a little bit better, offense, and they still were able to win. But at the same time, you can never count out the Super One-Shot Frogs, and this is going to be their map pick. Once again, playing that Warlock Ellie and that Resto Druid against that RPS of the Golden Guardians.
All right, here we go. Cubsy going to be moving forward. Let's see what they can do. Peekaboo trying to close the distance. He drops a smoke bomb aggressively here. Big aggressive opener on Wealthy Man. They do manage to get the Astral Shift, so that's a good play. I don't mind it. Just drop the smoke bomb early. He's been using it defensive anyways, and I don't think it's really been getting that much value defensively, so I'm a fan of just trading it out, get those cooldowns out of the way, and now your next push, you're probably going to get the trinket. So see them all kind of hiding behind the pillar, but Peekaboo realizing it's go time now that diminishing returns are off, and he can land another stun, but he's getting blasted. A full blind here onto Flop. He gets stunned. Nicely done there by Cubsy. Great denial. Mortal Coil as well. That's going to be a gouge on Flop. Who are they going after? They're actually going to just stun Flop, most likely into a fear, and they're going for it. Huge damage now on Wealthy Man. He's in trouble. There's no Astral Shift, but the Iron Bar connects. Nicely done there by Flop. There's a gap in the crowd control, and that should be enough for Wealthy Man to survive.
Potentially not, though. I'm not sure. Wealthy Man just dying through everything right now. Flop somehow manages to keep him alive at about 50%, but here comes the CC chain. Wealthy Man is still not topped off. Full gouge, full kidney shot. Do they have any more crowd control out of that, though? Doesn't look like it just yet. Wealthy Man still hovering at about 50% HP, not feeling too safe here. That was, his burrow coming out there as well, so Wealthy Man is going to be able to stabilize, but here comes the next setup. Full cheap shot onto Wealthy Man. He goes for the Thunderstorm there onto Peekaboo. Nice knock there by Absturge with that Static Field Totem, bringing Wealthy Man back into, kind of far away here from Flop, but Flop's hard casting some regrowths there with the procs in the back line. Wealthy Man is going to be completely fine, and he's going to be Peekaboo on the back foot. He's got Shadow Blades rolling, and he's about 50% HP. He has Cloak of Shadows, he has Vanish, and he has a setup here in his back pocket, just looking for that mobility. How is he going to start off the setup? They do go for it, but look at Flop. He re-stealths and goes for the Rake Stun into full clone there onto WizK. So he shuts down the crowd control there from WizK. Now they're swapping to Absturge. Huge damage with the Tyrant. Absturge trinkets out, gets lightning lassoed, gets gripped back to the pillar. WizK with a beautiful save, but that was his trinket. That was his Astral Shift. That was everything. Nice push from the one-shot Frogs.
Yeah, that was nice. That was almost a one-shot, and they managed to get the Astral Shift, the emblem out of the way, trinket as well. So Absturge kind of running on fumes at this point. He's got really no defensive cooldown. If he gets caught in the open like that again, and they have the coil, they have the axe toss, I am afraid for Absturge. It's going to be WizK needing to save the day with the Void Shift, but he does have it available. Let's see what they can do. Peekaboo right now, for the most part, is just being blasted in this game. An interrupt on a Cubsy, into a smoke bomb, into a cheap shot. A nice setup. Cubsy's just going to trinket and use Portal to escape. Beautiful fear there coming in from WizK, though, and they're making a swap on Wealthy Man. Golden Guardians getting aggressive on all three members. Full fear, though, on Absturge. Peekaboo is in trouble. He gets coiled. Gonna get the Vanish. He's probably spamming it. Is he able to get it off? No. Void Shift comes in from WizK, so another good push here by Super One-Shot Frogs. These games are so close, and Golden Guardians is barely holding on.
Yeah, but look at Flop's mana. He really needs to try to get some drinks here. Peekaboo, what is he going to do here? Almost going down there. It does manage to pop that Vanish. Gets a full blind here onto Flop. And they get a sap out of it as well. They do manage to find the sap. Absturge, in the meantime, getting blasted here. How is he going to stay alive? WizK as well has the Dispersion, though, in his back pocket, so he's not too scared. The Earthen Wall Totem doing some work there. Peekaboo basically just crowd controlling Flop here. And meanwhile, Absturge, though, might just be going down here in the axe toss, trying to stay alive. Wealthy Man burrows early there, trying to stay alive as well. Still taking a lot of damage. This crowd control is endless. Full silence coming in into a full fear onto Flop. Can he trinket? Can he get the Tremor Totem? He greets the trinket, trusts in the Tremor Totem, and Wealthy Man does manage to find it. That was the Astral Shift. That was the burrow, and now it is time for the Golden Guardians to run here. Peekaboo does have the Cloak of Shadows. Might need to trade it here in a second, and he will trade it out. Kicks the Hex there. Absturge sitting through more crowd control. Has no trinket for another 5 seconds. Does have the Spirit Link in his back pocket. Peekaboo going to go for the Vanish and stay alive with that, but that was his last defense. He just has the Sheet Death to work with right now. The good news is Absturge has the Trinket Spirit Link back on rotation, so Absturge is going to have to block that next kill coming out from the one-shot Frogs.
Yeah, Peekaboo is just going to be sitting in stealth right now, playing it very patiently, realizing, he needs to make sure this next setup is a clean one. Right about 20% dampening right now. Flop is behind on mana. If he tries to go for a drink, Peekaboo's just going to sap him, so it's a bit of an awkward moment here. Oh no, Peekaboo gets found. Wealthy Man, the sniper, manages to find him. Now he's in a coil. He's going to get stunned. He's across the map. Beautiful shadow step there by Peekaboo onto Cubsy. Get closer to his team. If he got stunned there in the open far away, that could have been an absolute disaster. So beautiful heads-up play. Absturge kind of passively regenning mana. Flop, I think he managed to sit down just a little bit there. So he did recover a little bit with drinking. Shadow Fear heal on Absturge. And if you're Golden Guardians, you do not like this positioning. You do not want to be sitting at the pillar just getting absolutely blasted. Shadow Step in from Peekaboo. Wealthy Man's going to trade out the trinket, but he gets kidneyed on his trinket. A little bit unfortunate there, but doesn't really have to trade out too much more. I think the trinket for the smoke bomb is more than a fair trade, so still puts Super One-Shot Frogs in a good position.
Yeah, and they continue to chain here onto Flop. They get a blind into a kidney shot here. WizK pushing in for the fear, but not able to find it just yet. There it is. DR fear, though. Wealthy Man, how's he going to stay alive? He tremors it into a full silence there onto Flop. Wealthy Man pre-astral shift as well. There's a gouge now onto Flop. So many micro CCs, but that is going to be the end of that exchange. And now, once again, they're going to go back to the pillar here. Nice static field totem by Absturge, trying to just buy some distance between Wealthy Man and his teammates. Look at Flop, though, trying to sit down for a drink here. But the problem is, if he does go for those drinks, Peekaboo could potentially go for the sap. And look at Peekaboo. He's hunting here for the sap. Flop immediately stops that drink. And Peekaboo now, it's stuck in the open, though, with no cooldowns. He's got Sheet Def only to work with. Goes for the offensive Shadow Dance. Here comes the damage. Big hit coming in onto Wealthy Man. They do have the Siphon there in the back line, but he gets blasted off there. Nicely done there by the one-shot Frogs. Absurge pushing in, but he gets hexed. Oh, that's going to be a lot of trouble here. Absurge trinketing out of that hex, dispelling Peekaboo on that foil, realizing the situation, and that is going to be Flop now in a full fear. Peekaboo, though, they got the the hit. Now it's time to make the run here. Peekaboo's got no cooldowns left to work with, and Absurge also having to use his trinket in that exchange is going to be very, very scary for him.
Oh no, Peekaboo's in a stun. There's no cooldowns. They got to go for it. He does manage to get a vanish off. Kitty shot here on Flop. They're all inning Flop. Are they going to take him down? Peekaboo on a solo mission right now, but off heals from Wealthy Man are enough to keep him alive. Beautiful heads up play, and now Peekaboo may have overextended. Defensive smoke bomb coming in. Master spell from WizK trying to get off the flame shocks, but I feel like the Golden Guardians, they may have ran out of time. Super one-shot Frogs is looking good to take them down. Let's see if Absurge can actually recover. He's got a few seconds here on that Healing Tide totem. If he decides to use it, could top off the team, but this is just so scary. You can see the Fel Guard just kind of ravaging everyone here behind the pillar. Peekaboo goes for a kidney shot onto Wealthy Man, making a push. Does he get a blind on Flop? He does. Will Flop trinket? Doesn't look like he wants to just yet. This could be greedy, dampening his high. If Flop falls too far behind on healing, it can be difficult to recover, but in the meantime, Cubs is just blasting the enemy team. He's getting low, though, as well as WizK just trying to put pressure on multiple points and burn through Flop's mana, but this is the win condition of the Super One-Shot Frogs. They managed to drag Golden Guardians to dampening. They managed to have the mana advantage, and unfortunately for Golden Guardians, too much time in this game spent behind the pillar, but I feel like a large part of that is just the way Super One-Shot Frogs play this. They managed to get the first win against the Golden Guardians on the large map of Imperial Domain, and I feel like they did a really good job.
Absolutely. Super One-Shot Frogs hand Golden Guardians their first loss of the season. And the Super One-Shot Frogs, I mean, they played it super, super clean. Really, really nice defense. And yeah?
I was going to say, have we gone full circle? Like, are we back in a European meta? Like, maybe Europe had it right all along. Like, I don't know.
It's definitely possible here. I mean, typically what happens when things get settled on the international stage, I can't talk about it too much, but you know what happens. What? It's fine. It's fine. We saw the cross-region tournament. It's all good. So the Golden Guardians here, trying to get some pressure going, but it is those drinks from Flop really that makes a big difference. And I really feel like Wealthy Man, that one time where he sniped Peekaboo out of stealth, that was really, really huge because that allowed Flop to safely regain some of that mana because they were winning on mana. I feel like the map as well worked a lot in Super One-Shot Frog's favor. They were able to grab the win, but this did not look super convincing. I mean, there was a lot of pressure, especially here late in dampening. Anything can happen. So I think the Golden Guardians are going to try to bounce back from this one, maybe pick a smaller map to work with as well, and we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I feel like there are options, right? Like, the thing is, winning that game number one, especially in a matchup like this, is just so crucial. And Peekaboo can actually go... I know Subtlety Rogue is kind of the flavor right now, but I feel like Assassination could be good in a matchup like this too, against the Restoration Druid. It's more overall pressure, less reliant on setups. The setups obviously are solid from the Golden Guardians, but they're also... I feel like Cubsy is doing a really good job kind of shutting it down. So, when the Shadow Dance is coming in and Peekaboo is trying to burst, that's what he's getting coiled. He's getting Axe Toss, and it's just shutting him down. I feel like against Assassination, the damage is a lot less scripted. So it might be something that they want to opt for in the future, but just going through the replay again, you can see Flop playing it very patiently here with his trinket. He sits the full blind, and at this point, Absurge is basically completely tapped on mana. Peekaboo does have his Cloak Shadows, but having to trade it out. Bit of a solo mission here from WizK, trying to make something happen onto Cubsy, but he's still got his unending resolve. He's positioned so far away, and unfortunately, Peekaboo just does not have the mobility or time to get there, and you can see it on the damage meters. I mean, a lot of the time, Subtlety Rogue isn't going to be the highest, but this just kind of gives you, it paints a picture of what a difficult time Peekaboo had in the matchup. It was like he basically got to do his stuns. A lot of the time, he was being stopped on his stuns, and then outside of that, he was kind of forced back to the pillar. And that's why you see Flop kind of ahead on mana in this match, as Absurge is having to kind of blast through a lot of that, or heal through a lot of that blasting that's coming in from Cubsy and Wealthy Man.
Yeah, definitely. Assassination could be on the menu, but I feel like the problem with Assassination is just the lack of mobility. You can really tell that, the strategy with the Golden Guardians is kind of have Peekaboo bouncing around on multiple targets, getting, the kidney shot on the healer into the blind, and then using maybe a Vanish to Shadow Strike back to his target, getting those double Shadow Step charges, etc. So I feel like Peekaboo is able to get a lot of work done and just works well with their playstyle. But Assassination could definitely be good as well. We saw them run it a lot in the previous season, so they definitely have a lot of reps with that. And they're just going to have to decide here what they want to do. They're going to stick with the Sub-Rogue. They're going to go to Hook Point, which should be, I think, enough here to shut down the drinks from Flop a lot more, and also allow Peekaboo to kind of ping-pong between his targets the way he actually wants to. And it's going to be tough for the Super One-Shot folks to stay alive on this map. I did like the swaps that they were doing to Absturge, where anytime the Golden Guardians kind of did their hit and they were trying to run back to the pillar, they would try to catch Absturge, in a fear, into a axe toss, into a coil, and try to send him. I think that was really good, and they're definitely going to need to make plays like that on this map, because if they don't, well, they're going to get ran over. They need really good offense to actually stay alive on this map.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Just really, for the Super One-Shot Frogs, it's all about finding those opportunities. And I feel like Cubsy has been such a playmaker for this team. I still feel like it's remarkable that, he went from being, arguably the best druid we've ever seen, for multiple expansions with the way he played it, doing such a phenomenal job, and now going over and flexing for their roster as a DPS, not only on the Arcane Mage, but also on the Demonology Warlock. I just feel like he's kind of an all-star at this point, and he's just always so solid for this roster. So big shout out to Cubsy. Super One-Shot Frogs are looking good, and they take down the Golden Guardians. That is the question. The Golden Guardians, they've only lost one game this entire season, so we're looking for them to battle it back here on Hook Point. Let's see if they can do it. Peekaboo on this map is going to have a much easier time actually making these setups and staying on target.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it here. Hook Point, they're going to get a sap onto Wealthy Man. Peekaboo looking for the opener here. What are they going to get done here? They actually just break the sap with some dots, get some dots rolling onto Cubsy. And they're just waiting for Flop here to potentially come out of stealth. I do think he's out of stealth right now, so they're going to be starting the game here onto Whiskey, actually. Getting him to about 50% HP, doing a decent amount of damage here. A lot of hits actually coming out there onto Whiskey, and he's going to be forced to trade out that Desperate Prayer. He gets a fear onto Cubsy. That's going to be the cue for Peekaboo to kind of come out and crowd control Flop here, potentially. Doesn't look like he actually wants to open up just yet, as Peekaboo is just happy to sit around in stealth. There's the full blind there, and now here we go. They're going to go after Cubsy, it looks like. Into what exactly? They get a kidney shot now onto Wealthy Man. They're swapping back to him. They get a silence onto Flop, but they chain it with a smoke bomb. Wealthy Man actually doesn't even need to trinket out of that one. Wealthy Man is just going to be able to walk it off. So far, not the greatest opener for the Golden Guardians, but maybe I've spoken too soon. Finally, they're getting some pressure here onto Wealthy Man. And there they get the Astral Shift from Wealthy Man. And now full CC here onto Flop. They got a fear onto him. There is the coil as well on the Peekaboo, but it does get dispelled. And they're continuing the chain here onto Flop with a gouge into potentially a kidney shot here. I do think they should have a stun. Flop actually reads the kidney shot coming onto him, goes for the Tranquility to try to immune it, but instead they just send a kidney shot onto Wealthy Man. Peekaboo looking for the cheap shot onto Flop, not able to find it. Going to be shadow stepping back to Cubsy and gets axe tossed here. And Peekaboo now just going to be waiting for those diminishing returns, goes for the Vanish, and looks to set up that next go.
Oh, let's see if they can find it. He's got no trinket, though, so Cubsy will have a lot of crowd control available to stop it. Looks like they're just going to put a kidney shot onto Cubsy here. They do get his Dark Pack, and Big Peekaboo now will get a cheap shot on Flop, followed up by Fear with a cheap shot onto Wealthy Man. Beautiful setup there, and they do manage to get Flop's trinket, so slowly getting the cooldowns out of the way. That was a nice clean setup there with crowd control on everyone from the Golden Guardians. But Peekaboo is caught in the middle of the map with a full Hex on Absturge, and it does force Peekaboo to just vanish out. He's going to be okay, but they make a swap onto WizK, and the Super One-Shot Frog's just really good at finding any target that they possibly can in the match and make sure that they are pressured if they are in the open. That's going to really put pressure on Golden Guardians to make something happen in the match. They have to continuously find these setups. Let's see if they can find it here. Kidney shot onto Flop. Looks like they are going after a Wealthy Man. He's getting blasted. Gouge out of the kidney shot onto Flop into a fear. And that's going to be a Tremor Totem, but gets silenced on it. Now there's no Tremor in the future. At the same time, though, Peekaboo may have overstayed his welcome in the open. Wealthy Man and Cubsy just blasting him. If you can get him back to the pillar, that would be massive. And Absurd, if you look, has actually burned through so much mana. It's actually even between him and Flop, which isn't something you'd really expect.
Yeah, and they're trying to actually bait the trinket there from Wealthy Man. They really need to get that out of the checklist because Wealthy Man is going to be able to trinket Astral Shift on that next setup and potentially block it. They don't have a trinket onto Flop. Mana even, like you said, between the healers. And right now, it's going to be all about the Golden Guardians. They have a Vanish in their back pocket here to start up the next setup. They're going to need to make sure to get that double stun combo onto Flop and Wealthy Man. You can see Wealthy Man and Flop realizing that, spreading out here, trying to make it difficult for Peekaboo to get the stun onto Flop and then also make it back to his target here. What are they going to do? They're just sitting back right now, just happy to wait it out. They have the Power Infusion rolling, so they have a lot of damage here. They're just going to allow Whiskey maybe to stack up some of that Shadow Priest dots here onto Wealthy Man before they make that push. Peekaboo getting some combo points here onto the pets, and still not feeling too healthy here. Absterge has a lot of catch-up to do, and Absterge now finally being able to pick up his teammates. They go after Cubsy here for just a second, but immediate axe toss there onto Peekaboo. That means Peekaboo is going to be able to push, but Peekaboo forced to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. He ideally would want to get aggressive with this as well, and there it is. Full Vanish now onto Flop. Flop actually maybe might be dropping out of combat. Flop actually takes the Shadow Sight right there. Peekaboo preemptively tries to line of sight there. Doesn't want to get taken out of stealth, and now it's going to be tough for Peekaboo to actually land that stun while Flop has that Shadow Sight, because as he Shadow steps in, he might be able to take him out there. Full fear onto Cubsy, and Flop has actually been able to stall this setup quite a bit. There's the full blind, but Flop now has his trinket back. They're going after Cubsy, actually. A lot of damage onto Cubsy. Huge swap right now. There's the Siphene. There's the full gouge. They trinket the gouge there onto Flop, and he does get the Nature Swiftness. There's a full kidney shot. They did get the unending resolve as well. So much pressure coming out from the Golden Guardians. Finally, they're getting off this LA Shaman and swapping to the Warlock. There's a smoke bomb now. Can they get it? And that's going to be the Tranquility there from Flop as well. And his mana is doing horribly, Van.
Yeah, I mean, this is not good, but Flop is sitting in stealth right now. Is he actually drinking? No, he's not able to. Absurd shuts it down with the Earth Grab Totem. Nicely done there, pushing in. They know that's their win condition. Dampening's getting higher and higher, and getting the Unending Resolve during that setup was just absolutely massive. I mean, if you look, Flop, he's got no trinket. Cubsy, I think he has no Hellstone. He's actually going to get stunned up. Using the Dark Pact is to just avoid some of that incoming damage. Let's see if he can hold on. He portals away, trying to escape. If Peekaboo is there, though, then Hot Pursuit does manage to reconnect, but Flop connects the Iron Bark. But now there's no trinket on Flop, no Iron Bark, no Unending Resolve, and this next setup from the Golden Guardians could be devastating if they can get there. A stun on Peekaboo. Can they take him down? Do they have the burst? It doesn't look like he does have Cloak of Shadows. Might have to trade it out. Absurd uses the Ascendants, trying to just buy Peekaboo a little bit of time to not hold. He needs to hold on to the cooldown if he can. They need it for the offensive push here onto Cubsy. Cubsy gets kicked, and Golden Guardians, they're just riding this pressure and momentum here onto Cubsy. I feel like if they can continue this damage, I mean, Cubsy might just fall over.
Yeah, definitely going to be a scary situation here. They have no cooldowns to work with. That next setup is really going to be that KO moment. Cubsy dropping to about 50%. Flop preemptively Nature Swiftness, but Flop has got no mana left. There's a full fear onto Cubsy. They're dotting up Wealthy Man right now. They're just riding the momentum. There it is. Full kidney shot onto Cubsy. Flop actually Shadow Melt drinks right now. They try to stop it with a Shadow Crash. Peekaboo, though, in the meantime, dropping quite low here. There's the full blind onto Flop. He's looking for that full sap out of it. I do think he's going to be able to actually find it, and he does. And this is going to be big, big trouble right now. Full sap onto Flop. Where is the damage, though? Whiskey pushing in, trying to look for the fear. Can he find it? Flop re-stealths and actually stuns Whiskey, buying himself time to get out of that crowd control. But there's the smoke bomb, full cheap shot, and that is going to be it. Surely the Golden Guardians. How can he stay alive? The Iron Bark connect, and that is going to be the Stone Form as well. Innovate for Flop. He's spamming out the heals right now with no cost, and I think he's going to be able to keep Cubsy alive against all odds. And now it's going to be Peekaboo in trouble. Absterge with no mana left. Might need to drop the Spirit Link to have the Void Shift in their back pocket. This game is way too close for comfort right now.
Oh my goodness, how is Cubsy alive? They managed to do it, and now Peekaboo's in trouble. He's going to be running back to the pillar. It looks like Absurge has a Healing Tide Totem. This is massive. If that Healing Tide Totem is just able to tick, I think Whiskey and Peekaboo are going to be able to recover. Peekaboo decides to just go for a Vanish play. Still going after Cubsy, but he has the Unending Resolve. Is he going to use it? He might have to trade it out. He does. They're just cutting through it. What? Are you kidding me? What is that damage? Peekaboo and Whiskey just cut him down. Cubsy, I mean, he probably thought he was fine. He had the Unending Resolve. He had the Dark Pact, everything he could to live, but they just had an overwhelming amount of damage. Golden Guardians, I can't believe it. Now they're up 2-1. That was such a close game.
That was about as close as it gets. It's really nice that they realized, like, we can't kill Wealthy Man. He's just rotating perfectly. They're just expecting every single setup to be on Wealthy Man. We need to mix it up, and that's what the Golden Guardians are so good at, mixing it up, going after the healer, going after the Warlock, going after the Ellie. You don't even know who they're going to be killing until it's too late, and I think this was a really, really close call here onto Peekaboo, where he almost went down. Actually, I think he cloaked the Mortal Coil right there, so definitely saving his trinket. And during this setups here, this is when they got everything from Cubsy and even some more. So they got the Unending Resolve, they got the Iron Bark, I think. They got the Trinket as well from Flop, and they got the Overgrowth as well. And then here is this miraculous recovery onto Cubsy a little bit later on. And Cubsy here, I don't know how he actually was able to even stay alive. Flop did such a great job actually keeping his Warlock alive in this matchup. And at this point, they're just waiting. They have the Unending Resolve, so the super one-shot frogs are feeling very, very confident. And this is right before the Golden Guardians make that final push, and they go in. And WizK doing a lot of damage here onto Cubsy. There's the Kidney Shot, there's the Shadow Dance, the Trinket, every single thing. And they're just going through every cooldown in the game like that. And Flop just has no mana left to heal with. He's got no Iron Bark. He doesn't have any big heals to try to save Cubsy there, and the damage reduction just isn't enough. And the Golden Guardians take it. I think a big reason for it is WizK's damage there. I mean, look at that. 17 million damage on that Shadow Priest. That is terrifying to look at.
Definitely is. I mean, that was just absolutely crazy. But you can rest assured we're going to a large map. I do think, though, I mean, this strategy change of going after the Warlock, that mid-game adaptation, I feel like it's going to make this matchup go a little bit more in favor of the Golden Guardians. I feel like Wealthy Man was doing such a good job, not only rotating through his defensives, but also when you're going after Wealthy Man, you're leaving Cubsy open. And Demonology Warlocks are some of the best peelers in the game. They have a lot of defensive utility. If they can spam Fear on top of their Mortal Coil, on top of their Axe Toss, it's just really, really disruptive, and he's definitely setting up. Whereas if you go after Wealthy Man, he's not setting up nearly as much, right? I don't think you're limiting the damage nearly as much. You're not limiting the crowd control nearly as much. So I think going after the Warlock, especially as dampening gets higher and higher, is definitely the correct move. But Maldraxxus Coliseum, it's a big map. It's a large one. And Golden Guardians is going to struggle to actually stay on target here. And it's not going to be so easy for Absurge, drop an Earth Grab totem across the map in order to stop Flop from drinking.
Yeah, because that's a big thing in that last game, right? They were able to shut down the drinks completely, and they didn't really allow Flop to actually get any of that mana, and that's kind of what ended up sealing Cubsy's fate there in the end on the Colosseum. That's not going to be the case, but we did see the same thing kind of on Empyrean Domain, and one thing that the Golden Guardians actually do that's really nice is anytime they have the pressure, Peekaboo is just happy to leave the game in a 2v2. He just vanishes off, and he just sits in stealth. And Flop is like, okay, well, if I drink right now, I'm going to get sapped. And they're already playing a 2v2. They already have dots rolling. They already have, pressure building up from that Shadow Priest and that Shaman. And if he sits down for a drink, he's just going to get sapped. So it's really, really difficult for Flop. Another thing as well is anytime Flop is trying to drop combat, Peekaboo is just sitting there in stealth, waiting for 2-3 seconds, and then he goes for the blind, because they actually nerfed the blind's duration to make it more difficult to sap out of blinds. So for Peekaboo, that's how he's been getting a lot of these blind saps. A lot of the time he goes for a stun into blind sap, but a lot of the time he just blind saps, and that's because Flop just is trying to drop combat to get those drinks, and he kind of just pre-does it before he drops combat. So Peekaboo and Flop definitely having a bit of a mind game there. And it's really difficult for Flop to actually get those drinks, even on larger maps. They need to make sure that they've done their attack, and Peekaboo is out of stealth, and Flop is far away. That's when he can sit down, and even then, he can't just sit down for a full stealth drink. He has to actually just take a couple of sips and then get back into combat, or he's going to just be risking a super long CC chain and just somebody going down.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. But it seems like this is kind of going to be the matchup that plays out for the rest of the series. I feel like Super One-Shot Frogs have realized that this is probably their best bet. I mean, they had some close call. I honestly thought that the game was over. When Cubsy lived that kind of miracle moment and Flop had his Innervate rotate back up, like I thought that was game. I mean, Cubsy's got the Unending Resolve. They've got good mana lead. Absurge and Peekaboo WizK, they've got nothing left. But you can never count these guys out. They're always just one setup away from actually winning the match. So we'll get into this next one soon. Keep in mind, for both these teams, they do have bench players. So for the Super One-Shot Frogs, we got Chun-Li kind of sitting back. Windwalker Monk's not necessarily in the best place right now, but Windwalker Monks do have a bit of a rise to power. I think Chun-Li will be an all-star player for their team. We've seen him on the Evoker too, as well as the Hunter. So lots of different options there. And then, of course, Jellybean's on that Hunter. And being more of a flex player, we've seen him on Mage. We've seen Jelly Ellie a little bit. So they do have options. Unfortunately, they don't really need him right now. The Golden Guardians is looking pretty good with this RPS. But we'll see. It's an upper bracket game. Keep in mind. So if Golden Guardians win this, they will be moving forward through that upper bracket, and Super Frogs loses this one, they will be going down to that lower bracket, which is not where you want to be.
Yeah. So we're going to see who ends up winning this one. It's match point, Super One-Shot Frogs, just one game away here from dropping down to the lower bracket, and that's not where you want to be. That's where teams like Luminosity Gaming are waiting. And here we go, another setup coming out here to get the gouge on the flop. They're going after Cubsy immediately here on that Warlock. They do like going after the Warlock a lot more, but the problem is when you go after the Warlock, Wealthy Man is going to be able to deflect a lot of these setups with hexes like you see here onto Absterge, and also just the off-healing. Big setup coming out here, but look at Peekaboo as well, taking a lot of damage while Absterge sitting through that hex. Earthen Wall Totem gets dropped. Peekaboo Shadow Steps back now onto Wealthy Man, actually looking to get some damage going here onto Wealthy Man. Cheap Shot into Cheap Shot, uses a Shadow Dance there as well. Get some extra damage going, but so far Wealthy Man not really taking a lot of damage there in that exchange. Peekaboo forced to trade out his Cloak of Shadows. Meanwhile, they do get a full fear on the flop, but Wealthy Man tremors it, and Peekaboo forced to trade out his Vanish here, and there it is, another setup. Full Kidney onto flop. Here comes the damage onto Cubsy. Do they have the follow-up, though? There's the silence onto flop. Do they have anything out of that? Whiskey not able to find a fear just yet. Wealthy Man, though, with those off-healings that I was just talking about, able to deflect that setup. They're not able to get Flop's Trinket, Iron Bark, or anything from Cubsy. So this is another kind of botched setup here for the Golden Guardians.
Yep. Fortunate fear now onto Absurge. Cubsy doing a good job playing Shutdown once again. Peekaboo's just going to sit in stealth like a shark in the waters. Where is he going to go? Kitty Shot now into Cubsy. Looks like a little bit of pressure here. Flop should be able to heal through this quite nicely, but Whiskey in a good position to land more crowd control. Does manage to get the silence, and Cubsy's still just falling further and further behind. Finally, a big heal is going to land from Flop. That's going to be the Nature Swiftness. Big blind here into Gouge onto Flop. Good crowd control from Peekaboo as they're continuing this train. So instead of swapping nearly as much in this match, looks like they have just opted to purely go after Cubsy for the moment.
Yeah, and we're going to see Cubsy so far. And could be in some trouble here. Kidney Shot, Smoke Bomb. They have the Siphon. There's the Mind Games. A lot of damage coming in here onto Cubsy. How is he going to respond? There's the Iron Bar coming out from Flop, but he gets silenced. Could be a lot very greedy to actually sit through this crowd control chain without trading out a single trinket or a single defensive cooldown. Now they're actually swapping to Flop here as well. He uses the Bark Skin. He's sitting in bear form right now, and Absterge also getting blasted here in the side. Who is going to Flop here? Absterge dropping quite low there, finally trading out the Astral Ship. There's a Kidney Shot onto Flop, and it looks like they actually want to go after Flop, but he pre-bears it, and instead they're going to go after Wealthy Man and just delete him. Okay, I mean... this was very interesting because they were threatening Flop that they were kind of going after him, forcing him to sit in bear form a lot, and then meanwhile, Whiskey was just blasting everyone.
I mean, dude, Whiskey, look at his damage. What like Whiskey is destroying. I feel like next week is going to be an absolute nightmare for these teams. But yeah, Golden Guardians, they're going to do it. You can always tell when it's like, it's a bit of an unexpected win, especially when Peekaboo's on camera. He just starts laughing, you know. He's like, okay, I guess I'll take it, you know. Like, oh, I could see those final moments coming up. But see a setup here on the Cubsy with the Smoke Bomb, with the Siphene. Whiskey just blasting here. Iron Bark is forced to connect, and you can see a Wealthy Man now in the open. Whiskey getting a little bit crazy here with his precog that he got off, making him immune to interrupts. He's just getting crazy with the power infusion as well. It's blasting basically everybody. You have a fear on Wealthy Man. He's kind of just rotting down to the Shadow Priest dots. And unfortunately, Flop isn't able to connect many heals. Peekaboo is kind of just keeping him locked down in bear form. He's afraid of the swap. He gets the Kidney Shot. And I mean, that was basically a full-on solo from Whiskey.
Yeah, wait, can we run that back one more time? I mean, this is so interesting to me. I mean, just look at Peekaboo and Flop. Look at what's going on here. So this is obviously earlier in the game. They go after Cubsy. There's the Smoke Bomb. They get a lot of pressure. And then look what Flop goes for the Tranquility to trade for the Smoke Bomb. Standard trade. They're going for the CC chain. They're trying to take down Cubsy at this point. But look now, they dot up Flop, and look at Peekaboo. He's just sitting there with his kidney shot. Flop is just sitting in bear form because he knows, I don't want to get kidneyed out of form and swap to. So he's just sitting here, and Peekaboo is just sitting on his kidney shot as well, just holding it. And then they root Peekaboo. Look what Flop does. He shifts out to try to bait, a shadow step kidney here, and then he shifts back into bear form because he doesn't want to get swapped to. And then Peekaboo just pulls the trigger on the kidney shot because, well, look at Wealthy Man. He's just dead. And Peekaboo's on top of him. Even if Flop trinkets here, Peekaboo can just gouge him instantly on his trinket. They're all ready to immediately respond to that trinket. So Flop really can't do too much. And it's all because of WizK's damage that he's putting up onto Flop and onto Wealthy Man there. So just having WizK be able to pop off like that, doing basically twice the damage of the second highest members in the game, that's just what allows them to do this. And when the Golden Guardians can play with pressure like that and kind of make you second guess, are they going Warlock? Are they going Shaman? Are they going Druid? I guess they went Shaman, that's when they are such a scary team to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's certainly true. Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, I think that's certainly true. I mean, when WizK is able to pop off like that, I mean, he's really setting up his team. He got dots on everyone. It was just basically a perfect storm. And Golden Guardians was able to perfectly capitalize on that and abuse the fact that, it is difficult sometimes for Flop to have heals on everyone. And that's exactly what you want. If you can have pressure on Cubsy primarily, and then at a certain point, you're keeping Flop in bear form, you're also rotting down Wealthy Man. I mean, that's basically a perfect situation for the Golden Guardians.
Yep. Definitely is. Super one-shot frogs. They were able to get one game off of Golden Guardians, so that is the end of their winning streak. But Golden Guardians still, I would say, is dominating the North American side of AWC Season 2 here. So we are going to see them again on Championship Sunday. So Golden Guardians is going to be relaxing for the rest of the day. Super one-shot frogs, that was an upper bracket game. So now they're going to be heading down to that lower bracket to try and battle it out against RNG later on today. But that does mean we are going to be heading into another upper bracket match. We can see it right here. It's going to be Team Liquid versus DUKAMIFIED. Team Liquid, they're another team that has been ramping up quite a bit lately. And then DUKAMIFIED, this is Calvish, Kearney, Nick, and Tuna, previously 3.5 men. So quite familiar with this roster as well, Zico.
Yeah, definitely. And this is, DUKAMIFIED is another one of these, sub-rogue teams here. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they can do. Liquid's been playing a lot of sub-rogue as well. We just saw the Golden Guardians and what they can do with their sub-rogues. And it's starting to you're starting to kind of see here the North American meta has a lot of kind of rogue caster healer setups with those sub-rogues. So it's going to be interesting to see. I know Van really likes DUKAMIFIED, and he's a big fan of Calvish's sub-rogue. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can get down here.
Yeah, which teams did you predict for NA, Van?
I put I put the Golden Guardians as number 1, and then I put DUKAMIFIED as number 2. So I'm expecting big things from them this series. Here we go. It's a bit of a, an off-meta pick, you would say. I mean, going with the Golden Guardians is a pretty safe choice, but DUKAMIFIED, I feel like they're a very solid roster. Subtlety Rogues are strong. I believe in Calvish. I think they have a lot of different compositions that they could run, and I think they're the type of players that, although they haven't necessarily had the most tournament success, I feel like if they pop off and have a good day, they can really go toe-to-toe with anyone.
Yeah, we'll see. My runner-up going up against your runner-up. So we are going to head to a break, and we'll see who is up next for the other upper bracket series, who's going to be moving forward here for Championship Sunday. It's DUKAMIFIED versus Team Liquid in just a moment. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We're heading straight into the game. Upper bracket here. Winner moving on to Championship Sunday. It's Team Liquid versus DUKAMIFIED.
What a wild game one for compositions. DUKAMIFIED, not too surprising. Subtlety Rogue, Calvish, Nick Firemage, and Kearney, Discipline Priest. But on the opposite side, Liquid running their Moonkin Ellie, but with a Holy Priest twist this time around. Sidu knew he's going to be fighting some type of Subtlety Rogue, so running an Evoker into it would likely be, not a good idea. So this is his debut. It got their team here to the top 6, and now looking to get into the top 4.
This is the battle of good and evil right now. I don't know who's good and who's evil, but it's the Subtlety Rogue versus the Wizards. I feel like this has kind of been the theme so far. Let's see what Liquid is going to be able to do here. I have Calvish opening up with a gouge. A nice bash there from Sam-I-Am. Sam-I-Am's such a playmaker on that Moonkin. Just beautiful crowd control. Bash into a Cyclone very early on, disrupting this initial setup from DUKAMIFIED.
Let's see if they can get damage out now that they've survived that initial assault. Calvish is setting up onto Sam-I-Am. He's going to Barskin. That's a Fear entering a Frost. Sam-I-Am is isolated and taking a huge amount of damage. Sidu connects the Guardian Spirit, but if it procs, it'll go on a 3-minute cooldown. So hopefully Sam-I-Am has defended it, and it looks like he has. It will only be a 1-minute cooldown, enabling them to survive that attack. Now, Rogue Mage is really tough as one of these Wizard comps because you need to push on top of them when they're retreating away and get as much pressure out as possible when you're on stun DR. So Sam-I-Am's going to stand basically in melee range on top of them and just try and maximize damage, but if you stay too long, you might just die. Sam-I-Am stunned in the smoke bomb, really far away from Sidu, but Mez is clutching out some support as well with these healing surges and manages to get Sam-I-Am through that attack. Now, Shadowy Duel is still available, and Holy Priests don't have an amazing amount of ways to heal through AoE and line of sight, basically only the Sanctify. So if they can get Barkskin and then set up a Shadowy Duel on Sam-I-Am, the setup after that, I think that could be a kill condition for them.
Yeah, definitely. Nick getting blasted right now in the midfield. Kearney as well. Really good pressure, but it's Sam-I-Am who gets caught in the crossfire and taken down. Sidu actually had his trinket, so I wasn't anticipating that was going to be such a scary moment. I think it was actually the Shadowy Duel coming in from Calvish, and unfortunately Sidu just wasn't able to respond. DUKAMIFIED looking good in this game number 1. There was solid pressure there on Nick and Kearney at the end, but ultimately it was them getting aggressive and taking down Sam-I-Am. So you're going to have to see the replay for exactly how that was set up.
I'm surprised that they got to that go so fast. I was thinking like Barkskin was going to come up before they could send that go, but they actually went before it had a chance to come off cooldown. So this was the smoke bomb that got Sam-I-Am's trinket, which is really important because then he couldn't use trinket, bear form, Heart of the Wild, and heal later on. So this smoke bomb was huge value. Sam-I-Am just stayed in too long, needed to start pre-bear forming when he was off of stun DR against the Rogue Mage. And then they're like, okay, we got Shadowy Duel. Barkskin comes up in 20, so if we can get in there before the stun DR, we can just send a Shadowy Duel and one-shot the Moonkin with that strategy. So Sidu's likely really far away. Mez is pushed up, playing offensive. He wants to bait them to attack him. Gets the Thunderstorm, but Shadow steps over, and where are the stun locks? So it's a cheap shot on Sidu, a cheap shot, and when does he duel? He's still cheap shot, no duel, into a full fear, still no duel. Does he trinket and duel? He duels right at the last second. He can't life swap. He just waited until the last possible second for Sidu to be able to trinket and then dueled him so he'd be out of line of sight. And Holy Priests don't have any good mechanics to heal through that type of line of sight mechanic. And wow, DUKAMIFIED. I'm starting to think I understand your pick for your predictions a little bit more after seeing that game. That was kind of like more akin to the level of Rogue Mage that we would see from like Echo in Europe. And one of the main reasons why I don't think you can run a composition like this into Rogue Mage. It is really tough. You have to pre-bear form every go as a Boomkin in this type of matchup, or you're just going to die. And that was basically 2 or 3 goes in a row with no pre-bear form, and you're just dead at that point.
I also just kind of feel like against a Subtlety Rogue, the only hope as a Wizard setup is having a Demo Warlock. Like when I think about it, like the only thing that can kind of disrupt it and kind of force it to play defensive and also have pressure when they run away is the Demonology Warlock. So I don't know. I don't know what Liquid's going to be able to do here. Was that just a bad game? I'm really not sure. I feel like RMP right now into what Liquid is running is really, really strong. So I'd have to see Trill being brought in on the Rogue, fight Rogue with Rogue, but that's a tough situation as well because I feel like RMP is just it's super solid in these type of matchups. Fire Mage, I feel like Mage is in a position right now where if you have a Subtlety Rogue to lock down a target and also defend you as the Fire Mage, you do an absurd amount of damage. If you don't have a subtlety rogue, it can be difficult. Like you just get ran down, there's no control, and you're very, very squishy. But when you do have that rogue and you are able to kind of greet it with the glass cannon and flame cannon, and you can free cast, you really assist in that damage in a huge way. So Liquid, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. It looks like we are going to be going to a small map, which says to me that they likely want to go with a wizard setup. It looks like DUKAMIFIED is just locking in the sub. They're actually playing Discipline Priest, which I did notice in the last game, but a little bit of a difference between what Kearney has decided to run and Matt as well. And there are some key differences. I feel like it makes it a little bit more difficult to have that perfect, triple crowd control because you don't have the Chastise to set it up. But Discipline Priest obviously adding that additional damage and brings its own benefits. And the changes coming too, I'm sure that you went over them and you saw them, but Discipline Priests are getting some significant buffs in PvP. Like I feel like they're going to do a ton of damage come Tuesday.
Yeah, more atonement healing, more damage. Definitely going to be a really threatening healer overall. And with the intellect nerfs to damage dealers, that's likely going to enable healers to do more damage as well. So the healers that do the most are going to be more valuable in that situation. So Disc Priest stonks are definitely going up. Now, if I'm Liquid, I don't have a Demonology Warlock. That means the only way that I'm going to be able to combat Subtlety Rogue is with a Subtlety Rogue. That's just how I'm thinking right now for their team. But they didn't blind block the Boomkin Rogue, even though the Boomkin Rogue got them into the finals last time. It was looking like their main composition. I wonder if this is because Kearney's playing Gnome. You can't Solar Beam the Priest. So they wanted to play like a Wizard comp, try and max range. But I feel like it's really tough to dampen Rogue Mage. They're going to have a really long lifeline, I think, even with Discipline Priest mana in this type of matchup. Ellie Moonkin can win. I don't know how I feel also about the Holy Priest. I mean, maybe like Sidu could have trinketed early, but I feel like Calvish was sitting on his finger, just like he's like, okay, if you press trinket, I'm pressing duel, and he's like not even using globals. He's just waiting there, waiting to see if he trinkets and he's going to duel it. So it's like Holy Priest can't really do anything in that situation. Evoker wouldn't be too good either. Double Shaman doesn't sound great. They're going to play the same composition. Sam could have definitely been in bear form more and could have pulled away from the attack, like especially after his trinket was used. He should have just been like camping bear form. When you have no skin and you have no trinket, there's no point attacking the other team. Like, you know, you're a dead chicken walking at that point. You need to be sitting in bear form.
You get barbecued.
Yeah, when you're in that, you just you go back in the bucket, and then you don't want it. You want to avoid the bucket as long as possible. So hopefully this time around they can rotate their defensives, get into that position. It looked like maybe a little bit of overconfidence, maybe like they thought they were like tankier than they actually are. So if they play a little bit safer, this could work. Sidu, I want to see what his talents were. Was he playing the Chastise stun? Because I feel like that could actually be really good in this comp. That's like the main advantage of the Holy Priest would be something like you get an extra stun. But you don't really run it a lot of the times. At least the talents that I copied from his stream for my priest, he didn't have the stun. This situation, it seems like it would be pretty good, and I don't think that he has it. Let me have to open up the next window for the talent tree to actually see. He does have it, so they could send double stuns. They could do like a lightning lasso and a holy priest stun, and then just do a bunch of damage with that. That doesn't seem terrible. It's just defensively, I think the holy priest is really exposed to crowd control and doesn't have a lot of mechanics to deal with smoke bomb or shadowy duo.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot to be in. And I mean, DUKAMIFIED, like I said, this is a roster that they haven't had the most tournament success, but on the ladder, they are extremely good. They're, I feel like in terms of talent, they are a really, really talented roster. They just need to put it all together. And I feel like their game number 1 looked good. We'll see if they can continue that success here in game number 2, because I feel like if they could beat Liquid, they can send them down to the lower bracket and set themselves up in a position where they basically guarantee themselves a top 3 by playing in that upper finals. It's going to be a really good spot for them in cup number 2. So DUKAMIFIED trying to set themselves up nicely here. Liquid trying to battle it back, bringing in Mez on the Elemental Shaman. Let's see if their Wizard setup can hold on just a little bit longer, because I feel like they are going to need that late game area to actually win as the setup. Other than that, they're going to have to play a really defensive opener.
Sam peels the gouge, but Calvish hasn't put anyone on stun DR yet, so this could still be pretty dangerous, not having that bash, and Calvish is pretty easily able to reset. They're trying to get off the Holy Ward. They Cyclone Calvish. He still hasn't sent any stun, so Calvish is on full DR for a lot of crowd control effects, and he's going to do a lot of damage now. Sam I Am is the target. Is he going to die through Barkskin? He's not in bear form again. Does survive with just the Barkskin and the Guardian Angel together, but it would be nice if they could split those cooldowns. Now they're swapping off of that onto Mez. Seed looks like he's ready for the swap. He's keeping Mez at a healthy margin. There comes that Holy Priest stun onto Calvish. That's going to be one of the main points and main win condition for the side of Liquid are the stuns from Sea-Doo, but now he's into a kidney shot. They're setting up again. Sam I Am is in bear form this time around, and he's still might need to trinket, maybe not. This is the same situation as last game, but he's in bear form, and he gets to hold his trinket because he's in bear. Is he going to use Heart of the Wild on the Shadowy Duel? That's a really good trade. He gets Duel and Bomb for Heart of the Wild.
Yeah, definitely not too bad at all. Calvish really trying to get those defensive cooldowns out of the way. We have a full Ring of Frost on Sea-Doo. Sam's still in trouble. He's just been in bear form the entire game. And I mean, finally coming out now into a cheap shot. Might just get dropped. That's the Void Shift. And this is not looking good. Calvish gets a kidney shot on Sea-Doo. These are just such good, consistent setups on Samam. I feel like he's been in bear more than in Moonkin form. Actually able to get out damage. Finally pressuring Calvish a little bit as he is looking to cross the map. And that's the advantage of this very large map. Polymorphs now on Mez, trying to slow him down a little bit. Calvish is trying to connect to Sea-Doo, and you can tell Sea-Doo and Sam, they're playing max range from each other. They do not want to allow Calvish to get double stuns out. The closer they play together, the worse the game is going to go. I think Liquid is kind of realizing this in their positioning, and you can tell they have a massive mana lead. So this is if they can survive a little bit longer, they might actually be able to win. But here's the kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. They do have a fear. Big damage here on Sam I Am. Could be in a lot of trouble. Sea-Doo now into a fear. He's forced to use the Will of Forsaken to break out of that crowd control, but immediately into a gouge. But it looks like Sam will be able to hold on. A beautiful fake there. Gets the Cyclone now, but still just dead. What is this damage? He gets sniped by Nick. I'm not believing in the comp. I feel like Liquid, they got to make a change. That was just too one-sided. There were a few moments in the game where it looked like Sam was maybe going to be able to live, but they're just getting too many cooldowns too fast, and DUKAMIFIED looked good.
Fire Mage is doing triple everyone's damage because no one's on top of them. You have to play really aggressive. You have to play on top of the Fire Mage, I think, in this matchup, or he's going to do 3 times everyone's damage. And it's just unhealable. You can't win against a Fire Mage playing max range like this with no pressure onto him. I agree at this point that I don't think it's going to work. They're playing a really passive game, trying to play a really slow game, but Nick will just destroy them. I mean, look at the details at this point in the game, like already doubling Sam I Am and Mez, and every stun lock, combustion, max range, look how far away he is. He's doing more and more damage the distance that he gets, and they almost counter Guardian Spirit. Here I would have liked to see like a bash beam on Kearney and swap to him. He bashed Cyclones, but I think it's harder to kill the Rogue than it is to kill the Priest, honestly, in the matchup. This is small, but look at Nick. He just killed Sam I Am that whole time he was casting a clone. Nick just soloed Sam I Am in the back line, and Calvish just got some crowd control onto Sea-Doo with the sap at the back end of that. So you need a comp that can play on top of the Mage and play more aggressive. That's why I think the Moonkin Rogue was better, because it's a more aggressive-oriented comp, and you have the Rogue to save you if you get caught in a bad position playing aggressively, whereas the Ellie Shaman is kind of like, yeah, I mean, maybe he could hex Nick more is the only thing. Like, did he have maybe like a grounding totem hex at some point in the game? Maybe they crowd control the mage and try and take him out. He tried to static field him, but you get a precog proc. Oh, he gets DB'd on his hex. He actually did try to go for it, and then he gets sheeped. He trinkets, he goes for hex again, and he actually gets the hex. So he did actually do what I was thinking is like the only thing that he could do is like hex the mage.
Burning him.
You're just going to melt.
Yeah. And Nick actually is playing, I'm looking at his gear right now, he's playing a fair bit of Mastery too, so that's just going to buff up that Ignite if you can stack it up even more. So you can see on the scoreboard just such an incredible amount of damage that Nick is able to do. The only thing that shuts down a Fire Mage like this is if you're able to actually play aggressive on top of him and chase him down, but it becomes really difficult when you have a Subtlety Rogue playing defense. So that's kind of the nice thing about Rogue Mage right now. Is you get to kind of get away with playing all these offensive talents as the Fire Mage. So we'll see what Liquid decides to do. I do feel like the Elemental Shaman Moonkin Holy Priest is just not it, but I don't know if they have anything better. Like I'm not sure that Moonkin, like, you think Moonkin Rogue Priest would beat RMP?
I mean, I'm not 100% certain on it, but I think it's a lot better than this. I think having a rogue into a rogue is just already better as far as options are concerned, or maybe even something like Ellie Rogue something like you need a rogue into the rogue. You need something that can run on top of the mage. I mean, you can play Ellie Moonkin and run on top of the mage. I've done that before, but I've also done a few solo shuffles now where you get a fire mage wizard lobby and it's just 4 wizards and fire mage, and if both teams just sit back, the fire mage just triples everyone's damage, and you have to run on top of them, or you can't win playing like a normal neutral trade in the middle of the map. So they go Ashamate's Fall. It's a really big map. They're taking a safer line. If they play the Holy Priest Boomkin Rogue, like they get triple CC really easily. Like Chastise Fear one target, cheap shot, cyclone another target, and go after whatever the third target is. Like you can isolate a target. You might even be able to kill the priest with like stun beams. And Kearney's got that warlock mog going on for his.
Look at that mustache just peeking through.
Kind of looks like he's vomiting ghosts or something out of his mouth.
Yeah, it does.
A little bit. Granny's definitely got a flavorful mog. Some players don't even mog their gear. I feel like they just throw it on and it's just mismatched and looks like they're like a classic character at like level 33 or something with how mismatched it looks at times. But DUKAMIFIED's Rogue Mage Priest are definitely threatening and showing like how open the meta is. Like there's so many different options for comps, so many different choices at the moment. Definitely one of the most like diverse in terms of compositions, I think, in some time at this point. So Liquid now, we see Sea-Doo on his stream, not in a party. So I do wonder if maybe they're going to reform. It must be reforming into something else. You can't bring a Windwalker. What about like a Death Knight comp, but not with a Windwalker?
RPS.
I mean, this is a good comp, but I wasn't expecting it.
I wasn't expecting it, but I mean, the math checks out, right? Like, let's do the math. It's Sea-Doo on a Resto Shaman. Check. Sam-Am on Shadow Priest, I think is solid. Check. Trill on the Subtlety Rogue, also really, really solid. And I feel like this is a matchup that is definitely winnable. When we were looking, or we were watching Europe yesterday, this was the answer for Echo, right?
For the agents, wasn't it?
Yeah, the agents. Yeah, that's exactly right. The agents wanted to play RPS into Echo. We kind of saw how that went, right? Like Echo destroyed them. So we will see, if their RPS is up to the task. This could be a little bit of a preview as well for what we're going to be seeing if DUKAMIFIED does win this series when they go up against the Golden Guardians next into their RPS. So I'm really curious to see how this one plays out. I like the fact that Liquid is willing to, mix it up. The fact that they didn't play this composition early on in this series kind of makes me feel like maybe this is, I don't want to say desperation, but maybe it's like that, this is something that they don't have super prepared and they're just trying to figure something out for this matchup.
I mean, with the changes coming in, Sam-Am investing in Shadow Priest, I don't think is a bad idea. Shadow Priest is going to be very scary on Tuesday with the single target damage buffs it's getting. It's like 10% to almost all of its abilities on single target. So this comp, especially with that type of buff, is going to be really scary. So Liquid getting this comp is going to be very important, I think, for their overall success. Or picking up a demo lock. But even then, I guess on Tuesday, demo lock probably not going to be the best long-term investment. Like this weekend, it would have been nice for them to have it, but probably not going to affect them too much for future cups moving into this. So, I mean, Shadow Priest, it plays very similar to Boomkin, right? Silence the healer, get dots up, you lob Mind Blasts instead of Star Surges. Like it's got a pretty similar identity. Being a caster dot hybrid, so it shouldn't be too unfamiliar for Sam. Also, Shadow Priest is typically not a target. It's pretty tough to kill, so you get a lot of time to react, which is also something going in their favor. And Trill has been warming up a lot on Rogue. Like he's got way more experience than I think that we saw from Brunhilde on the agents in terms of like tournament games. But it is Calvish, and like I said, queuing Rogue into Peekaboo or Calvish in North America, like they have the reps, they know the situation. So you're probably going to be improvising more, whereas Calvish's team is going to be way prepared for this type of situation.
Yeah, I am really curious to see what Liquid is going to be able to do here. DUKAMIFIED, I feel like this is something they have a lot of practice into it, so they should be prepared for this matchup. Liquid, do they have that same kind of experience? I feel like at this point, if you're a tournament ready team, you've played into RMP probably a couple thousand times, so you should have a decent idea of what your win conditions are, how you're going to lose the game, how you need to position, how you need to get aggressive. But it is not easy. Rogue Mage Priest very strong right now, and DUKAMIFIED, I feel like out of a lot of the rosters here, like I mentioned, I feel like they're kind of underrated for how good they are. So we'll see if they can really test Liquid here in this third and potentially final game of the series and earn their spot in that upper bracket finals. And just remember, this is cup number 2 of the 4 cups available to earn points. So we're almost at that halfway mark. If you could get like a top 2, top 3 finish here in this cup number 2, sets you up quite nicely to position yourself in that top 3 and avoid, the dreaded gauntlet, which is going to be super difficult for these teams.
Okay, a lot on the line here. DUKAMIFIED just one game away from getting into the top 4, getting a really solid placement and potentially mixing up that bracket as well, given that Luminosity already on the lower side. I mean, if they send Liquid down there, Liquid versus Luminosity, that's not a comfy series. You don't want to be down there in that lower side for as long as possible. So the Sharks are lurking. Can Liquid stay on the boat here with their Shadow Priest, Rogue, Shaman and make a reverse sweep possible, taking the Golden Guardians composition? Might be the first time I've seen other teams adapt into the Golden Guardians. Usually the Golden Guardians that are forced to adapt. So let's see if they can adapt and overcome. Sidu already sapped. He's got the Earth Elemental out. Don't think they're going to be opening just yet. He does get the Mage there with the Root, but they get the Fear. They cheap shot Sam. They're trying to find Trill. They can't find him. Trill just blinds Kearney from stealth. I'm not sure if he was trying to maybe think about opening right away there, but both rogues didn't come out of stealth, so that blind not going to get too much value. Kearney just dispelling dots, Nick just trading with Sam in the middle of the map, and both teams a bit reluctant to kind of engage here. I can understand for Trill why, given that it's match point. If you get opened on as a rogue, you can explode, but Calvish decides to pull the trigger. He's opening right away. Oh, and he finds Trill with the Fan of Knives. Now swapping back over onto Sam. Sam gets a grip out of the Ring of Frost, but now they're stacked up for a triple fear potentially. They get that triple fear. They're setting up damage on the Sam. He's got Desperate Prayer. He's looking pretty tanky with that, as well as Vampiric Embrace. Power Infusion is up. They're looking to try and get a lot of damage. Calvish just already Cloak of Shadows, anticipating damage with this Power Infusion and this Void form. Nick taking a bit of damage here from Sam, but Sam gets counterspelled. The kid, Sidu into a kidney shot, cheap shot on Trill. Sam is isolated. This is going to be a dispersion, I think. He's trying to greet it. He's being greedy. Sidu gets the Ascendance. They don't get chain crowd control, and Calvish is on the back foot. He's getting shredded, down to 10%. Nick gets sheared. Calvish is trying to run. Static Field does not pull them off the pillar, unfortunately. Trill gets knocked away by the Blast Wave, and Calvish will recover.
Yeah, Calvish going to recover now, pushing forward, trying to set something up for his team. You can see right now Liquid is splitting up. They're separating. They don't want to make it easy for him to land the stuns. Kitty shot on Trill. Nick's just going to sit back and channel some fireballs. Does manage to get a little damage here onto Trill. The full blind on Sidu. Not too bad. Trill looks like he will trade out the evasion and Cloak of Shadows. So some big defensive cooldowns for, honestly, a pretty weak setup there by DUKAMIFIED. I mean, they're super happy with that result, with how that one kind of played out. It was just a kidney shot and a blind. Get basically all the defensive cooldowns out of the way. Sam I am looking to be a hero here with a double fear. Double cheap shot coming in as well. Lightning lasso on Nick. He's just going to blink out of that one really quickly in the match. So playing that blink stun here to avoid any stuns, making it very difficult to take down. This is a lot of damage from Nick, though. Huge amount of pressure on Sam I am. So he's going to have to heal through it. It's the Dark Archangel as well as the Combustion, and Nick is able to just sit back. Trill's trying to shut that down, but now he's in a kitty shot, and this is the kind of defense from the Subtlety Rogue I'm talking about. Not easy to go after the Fire Mage in this matchup, and when Trill does overextend, he's going to get set up on. Right now, good pressure here from Sam I am. Both teams just exchanging blows in the middle of the map, and both rows under quite heavy pressure right now. Calvish might have to trade up this Cloak of Shadows when it's available.
Oh my god, Nick is just doing so much damage. Like, oh, he's literally double. He's like the entire game combined and like pushing ×2 at the moment. They're going after Trill. No Cloak of Shadows. Can they finish him here? Cheat death. They proc it. They kill him. They drop him. And Liquid are going down to the lower bracket already. DUKAMIFIED just absolutely erased them.
So what are you thinking? DUKAMIFIED not looking too bad, right?
Not too bad of a prediction. Not too bad of a prediction. I mean, they got to fight Golden Guardians, but I mean, they just fought RPS and it looked like they can win as this matchup. So it's not an entirely one-sided matchup for sure.
Have we just gone full circle back to RMP? Like, is it just back to the Fire Mage Subtlety Rogue? I mean,
Moonkin's Warlocks taking over the game. RMP's just been lurking this whole time. Like, you don't know. You don't know the power.
Coming, yes. But yeah, so this is the story. Like, basically, Nick, he is just a cannon. Like, literally, Fire Mages are just a damage cannon at this point. You're just going to be positioning as far away from possible. You get some new PvP talents recently. They changed the way Flame Cannon works. It used to be you have to stand still. Now, basically, you get the benefit from just being away from people. So you are heavily incentivized to just play at max range. You get increased damage, increased stamina, increased range. It is going to be looking pretty good. And not only that, you are playing Glass Cannon. So you're going to take a decent amount of damage. You have lower health pool. So you definitely don't want to be, on top of your opponents. But at this moment, we do get a full polymorph on Sea-Doo, a nice little double Dragon's Breath coming in from Nick, as he feels like they could potentially win the game here with crowd control. And unfortunately for Sea-Doo, just a little bit too late with that Spearling Totem. Trill will end up going down, but I really feel like my thoughts on this matchup are Liquid basically didn't know what they wanted to do. And tagging in the RPS was kind of just like, okay, our backs are against the wall. We really don't have a better option. Our plan isn't working, so we need to try to figure something out. But I do kind of feel like if they practice this composition a little bit more, this might be a matchup that they could potentially win. That being said, they're going to have to go, practice that a little bit. Now they have to actually make it through that lower bracket as well. I'm trying to, who they're playing in the lower bracket?
I don't think they fight. They might fight. Oh my god, they do. They
do
fight
no.
Luminosity. They fight them right off the bat. Oh my god. If Luminosity have a subtlety rogue prepared, Liquid might be out.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. So yeah, they're going to have to go play against the Titan team of Luminosity. They have beat them, though. They beat them last week. So we'll see if they can continue that success. I think they actually beat them in 2 series last week. Correct me if I'm wrong. They are been winning that matchup. Maybe they're not the most afraid. I'm really curious to see if there has been any adaptations from Luminosity Gaming for that matchup coming up. But I definitely did want to highlight DUKAMIFIED in this one. Their Rogue Mage Priest look really solid. And I'm excited to see on Sunday them go head-to-head with the Golden Guardians.
Yep, I certainly am as well. Championship Sunday, we're going to be seeing Europe and NA battle it out. So the North American series will be in the second half of the day if you want to keep up with that Golden Guardians versus DUKAMIFIED series. But that's going to wrap that one up. 3-0, Liquid heading down to that lower bracket, like these guys already mentioned, to play against Luminosity for the last game of the day. And that means we're going to be moving to Super One-Shot Frogs versus RNG up next, which is going to be an elimination round for these two teams. So these two teams, once again, are facing getting knocked out here of this tournament, Super Tees.
And we haven't seen RNG yet. Better respect. They had to tap out and forfeit. And RNG, this is Nazem's team, and he's competed a few times in the top 8, top 6 range with like a Windwalker Destro comp. But this time he's got some new members. He's got Stop, who's a phenomenal Shadow Priest, Alari on Ellie Shaman. So they're a wizard team, almost kind of similarly a mirror to the Super One-Shot Frogs. So this is kind of their chance to show what they've got as a new team. Can they usurp that wizard title away from the Super One-Shot Frogs?
Yeah, I'm curious as well. So tune in to find out what RNG is made of. We're going to head to a break. They're going to be up against Super One-Shot Frogs up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AWC. We have returned to the lower bracket for an elimination game between the Super One-Shot Frogs and RNG. We have the Super One-Shot Frogs bringing in Cubsy on the Arcane Mage, Wealthy Man on the Assassination Rogue, and Flop on the Druid. And they're going to be going up against RNG, bringing in a little bit of a wizard setup here. I think this is going to be an interesting one.
Most definitely going to be, and we're going to see that kind of shadow play coming in here from RNG, and it's going to be interesting to see actually what Cubsy can get done here. He's one of the few people still rocking that Arcane Mage. We've been seeing a lot of Fire Mages, and we're starting to see the meta flip a little bit here. Finally, Wealthy Man is going to also be tagged in, playing that Assassination Rogue, so very different compositions here, and also Lori rocking that Unstable Affliction Warlock. Already can see some pressure coming out here onto the Shadow Priest. Wealthy Man already getting some work done here on the Rogue, just dotting up both members, and Cubsy just sitting at the pillar and just trying to attack whatever he can. Now, Cubsy really enjoys playing that spam spellsteal build, so we're going to be seeing a lot of spellsteals here coming out from Cubsy, and so far, it's not looking too bad here for the One-Shot Frogs, but Flop does have to trade out the Tranquility here in the early stages of the game.
Yep, certainly does here. This is elimination as well. Both of these teams are facing getting knocked out before even making it to Championship Sunday. We didn't get to see RNG play earlier today as the team they played against had to forfeit, so we're not really sure what they're made out of just yet. Stop about half health in the middle there. We're seeing Cubsy just pummeling him with damage. Wealthy right up in his face as well. Devastonia keeping him topped up right now so far with that Restoration Druid. Flop also opting to play that Restoration Druid, so I'm excited to see what they can get done here with this RMD composition against RNG. A lot of acronyms in this series so far, but things looking pretty good right now. RNG, the new team, definitely holding their own against a team like Super One-Shot Frogs, definitely made up a lot of AWC legends. Wealthy Man trading out that evasion, dropping about 20% health, flopping a stun just momentarily. He's behind the pillar over here. We'll see if we can get him topped up, because Wealthy Man just had to trade out that Cloak of Shadows as well, so RNG getting quite a bit of defensives off of Super One-Shot.
Yeah, definitely, and it's going to be, you know, a game where RNG basically have the Enrage timer on their side, and right now, Alori actually getting aggressive onto Flop, teleporting in, gets the coil, but Cubsy blinks in and shuts it down, and he might just be taking down Alori here. Huge punish there, really well played there by Cubsy, saving his healer and kind of turning that situation back on its head here onto the Warlock, and Cubsy is in fact not rocking that Kleptomania, so he's just going to be spamming out spell steals over and over, making it very difficult for Devastonia to actually keep his HOTS rolling, and that's going to be burning through his mana quite a bit, and that's why Devastonia's mana is actually so low at this point in time, despite being, you know, the Druid who plays with the Warlock and the Shadow Priest. So Cubsy just sitting back, spamming spell steals, and also rocking that Arcano Spear. Alori actually teleporting into the wrong side of the map. He's in execute range. So much damage coming out here from Cubsy. Once again, that will be the unending resolve. That teleport was definitely not what you want to see right there if you are Devastonia. Warp just teleporting to the opposite side of the map, but they are getting a little bit of pressure onto Cubsy. Stop as well, though, taking quite a decent amount of damage. Flop is still looking good onto on his mana, and Wealthy Man actually just goes and gets fake casted there by Alori, so he's gonna have that precog doing a lot of work. Full kidney on Alori. Cubsy is chasing the druid right there, running around the pillar, making sure that he doesn't get to drink. And now Cubsy trying to load up a big arcane surge here, trying to make sure that they have pressure to not allow this druid to drink. And Alori could just be in the most amount of trouble here. Wealthy Man looking for potentially a sap there or a blind onto Devastonia, but Devastonia forced to reset. There it is, the blind, and that's just going to be the game. And Devastonia just can't keep up with the pressure from the super one-shot frogs. I feel like they won this one in the map pick or in the blind pick. They just straight up won with this kind of unconventional comp here.
Yeah, definitely worked out for them. Super one-shot frogs going to be taking that first game victory in this best of 5 elimination series. RNG, I mean, if they did lose that blind pick, now they do have that draft advantage. So what do you want to see them playing? I mean, I'm curious. We'll have to see that draft later. But first, let's talk about this replay, break down everything that happened in that first loss for RNG.
So look at that teleport there from Alori. Like, what? His healer is on the other side of the map, and he just teleported to his death, basically, and that costed him basically all of his cooldowns there. And at this point, it's very important, we've been highlighting a lot about these rogues and druids. Look at Wealthy Man here. He's just keeping an eye out on Devastonia here, making sure that Devastonia isn't allowed to get to drink. Wealthy Man gets pushed back, so Cubsy takes over the kind of babysitting duty here on the rest of Druid, making sure that he stays in combat. Then he teleports back there. I think he actually altered time, blinked in, stopped the drink, and then altered back. And then now it's going to be Wealthy Man once again. Look at that. He is on that Druid duty. He's running over, making sure that he gets to distract onto Devastonia. Doesn't allow him to drink. Devastonia forced to reopen, and at this point he's just falling so far behind here. Cubsy once again landing an insane counterspell right there, and that's why Stop actually got blasted there. So Cubsy, I don't know if you have actually a damage breakdown to exactly what happened there at the end, like a death log, but I'm pretty sure that he landed a kick on cast, and he had the Arcane Surge buff already rolling, which is a huge damage modifier for that Arcane Mage, and then he just got a Palm Arcane Blast crit. And knowing Cubsy, he definitely knows how to min-max those. There's a lot of modifiers for those Arcane Mages that you can go for, If you load up the missiles, that'll buff the damage of your Arcane Blast. If you have enough charges, that's going to buff the damage of your Arcane Blast. And, Arcane Surge is going to buff your overall damage. So it's just a lot of different modifiers. Cubsy knows how to stack them. And if you get a crit at the right time like that, you can definitely get those big crits and then just execute somebody, 60% to 0 in 2 globals.
I love watching Arcane Mages. It seems like every time you look over in their direction, there's just some kind of missile or projectile coming out from them, just pummeling into the enemy. It's kind of exciting to watch. But they are going to be locking in their composition here. 1-0 currently for Super One-Shot Frogs, and it looks like RNG is going to be locking in Empyrean Domain here. So they have locked in the comps on both sides. Now it's kind of just up to RNG to get the tie up here, but it's definitely going to be difficult, Zico, for them to get that swing match victory if they do take a win here in Empyrean.
Yeah, I mean, even getting the win here on Empyrean is going to be a little bit tough. They're going to have, a lot of space to work with. It's going to make it annoying for Wealthy Man here on the Rogue to kind of connect to his targets. But as long as he can get those Shadow Step kidney shots, he's going to be able to get a decent amount of uptime. There's no, knocks. That typically is kind of an annoying thing to deal with as a rogue. Shadow Step kidney, and then you get knocked, and then you have to kind of walk back to your target. But the comp of RNG doesn't really have that. As soon as you land that Shadow Step kidney, you're going to be able to get all your bleeds, and then after that, if your target escapes, you don't really care that much. And there it is. You can see Wealthy Man's damage breakdown. So look at that. Arcane Blast, 179,000. And Arcane Barrage with that execute right there for 102,000. Thank you, production, for that. And this is exactly, you can see the counterspell lands right there. And that's this is what Cubsy loves to do on that Arcane Mage. And this is really the strength of that Arcane Mage, is if you can know how to stack all of the damage modifiers and you get a crit at the right time like that, you're just absolutely going to blast somebody off. That Arcane Blast was absolutely massive. That's going to bring him into execute range. And that is going to be, enough to actually take somebody down. This graphic is wrong. We're not in the Liquid Luminosity series yet. That is going to be the next series. You definitely don't want to miss that one. But right now, we are getting excited for that. But it is a super one-shot Frogs against RNG.
Yeah, the schedule's been flipping a little bit weird today, so don't blame them at all. Super One-Shot Frogs, RNG, heading into that second game here. Super One-Shot Frogs pretty dangerously close to getting on match point. It's elimination as well, so if Super One-Shot Frogs wins here, they are going to be moving on to the Championship Sunday. But RNG definitely putting up a good fight in game number 1. Let's see if they can actually turn that into a W here for game number 2. They're opting to play that same composition with that shadow play. Let's see what they can get done.
Yeah, let's see what they can get done here. So it's going to be all about Cubsy. Look at him. He's already spamming out the spell steals. Every single global. Spell steal, spell steal, spell steal. That's going to give him arcane missiles. And there you go. He missiles. That's going to buff his arcane blast. And there he goes for the presence of mind. Double arcane blast. And he's just going to continue to do that. And then when he doesn't have that, he's just going to go for the ring of fire. And he's also playing that Arcano Spear, which he is loading up right there. You can see them kind of knocking them into his ring of fire with that arcane spear, Arcano Spear tech. Which is very unconventional. Usually you go with the Kleptomania instead of that, but Cubsy, he loves playing just that regular spell steal and just making it super annoying for these druids. A lot of pressure coming out here onto Allure. You can see he doesn't have any healing over time effects really. Every single time he gets those up, there's going to be a rogue kidney shotting him. There's going to be a ring of fire dotting him down, and he's just going to continuously get stripped off of those healing over time effects. So it makes it so that they are kind of on an enrage timer, even though they are the lock Shadow Priest team.
Yeah, a bit ironic to see them in that position. So we'll see how much they can push through here in this second game of the series right now. Devastonia, he also in that last game kind of quickly ran out of mana. So we'll see if he can get it topped up. And, you know, there's a lot of room here to potentially get a drink. But you can see that Wealthy Man is just being relentless over there, not letting him get any distance, really. Devastonia kind of ducking around that corner. But we'll see what he can get done. Wealthy Man now going to be switching targets in the middle here to Aleori. But we'll just see what they can get done. I mean, there's a lot of health being chunked down on both sides at the moment, but we're only about 2 minutes into this game. No one in trouble, just 2 yet, but I'm sure we're going to be seeing a setup happen very quickly. Speaking of, Stop actually dropped quite a bit low there, about half health for the moment, but so far things just kind of chugging along normally as normal in this game, Zico.
Yeah, and Stop's going to be in a lot of pressure. Doesn't have any healing over time effects. Once again, he's going to have to use that dispersion. And Flop actually rotting down a little bit here. Devastonia in a gouge into a Garrot. So a little bit of a CC chain here. Full kidney as well. Stop not out of the woods yet. Cubsy, can he connect with the execute? That's going to be the swap smoke bomb coming out there for Wealthy Man. Another unconventional talent to kind of see on those assassination rogues. If that smoke bomb landed just a split second earlier, though, it would have been the game. So I do like that he went for that talent selection. Now, the Shadow Priest doesn't really have anything to work with. Another Arcano Spear coming out. Wealthy Man dotting up their healer, dotting up the Shadow Priest, and Cubsy just sitting here back with Flop, spamming out the spell steals, spamming out the missiles, just making sure that he can get as much work done as possible. And now here comes another big damage burst here. How is he going to respond? You know, if any of these Arcane Blasts just crit, we saw 190k Arcane Blast in that last game. Anytime Cubsy has that Arcane Surge up, and he gets one missile off, that's going to be enough. And here comes the big moment. Big Arcane Surge. There it is. Presence of Mind potentially here. Cubsy actually gets silenced on it, but they're trying to shut down the one shot. And there's the missile. Now, the 2 Arcane Blasts here are going to be absolutely massive and empowered. Allure actually teleporting into the entire team here as he does get those dots rolling. And it looks like the pressure from Cubsy has subsided. And it's going to be Flop actually taking a lot of damage here. But Flop looks like he's going to be able to survive. Maybe not actually. Drops to about 20% HP, but does catch a big heal with that Nature Swiftness. So there's some counter pressure coming out here from RNG.
Yeah, quite a bit. I mean, Cubsy also continuing to drop low. Still got that block available to him, though. Cubsy, or Flop, excuse me, going to be topping him up very quickly. However, Aleori, on the other hand, having to use that unending resolve to stay alive. He's about half health. Got a lot of pressure coming onto him. You see everyone just on top of him. He's trying to duck behind that pillar, just mitigate some of that damage coming towards him. Wealthy, on the other hand, also maybe in a little bit of trouble. I mean, this is all of a sudden becoming very back and forth. Quite a bit of a stark contrast between Game 1 and Game 2. RNG very much holding their own. You can tell that they want to tie this one up. They want to prove to themselves, hey, you know, you guys didn't get to see us play earlier, but we are a solid team and we deserve to be here despite that first series stop. About half health at the moment, but quickly gets topped up. But Devastonia very quickly running out of mana. Flop is as well. Those rest soldiers really need to try and get in some drinks if they want to sustain themselves for a little bit further into this matchup, because it's definitely looking quite rocky at the moment. We're about to hit that 5-minute mark. Is someone going to drop, or is this going to continue going on deeper into dampening, because it's looking very sketchy at the moment, to be frank, for every single player on the map at the moment.
Devastonia actually sitting down for a drink right now. He's actually able to recover some mana here. Wealthy Man is feared. Devastonia is going to come back with about half mana. Huge swing of momentum. Flop is basically completely tapped here. Flop's going to need to get a drink somehow, but I don't think they're going to allow it. Flop has full dots. Devastonia triggering out of a blind. Big damage coming out here onto Alori, and that will be the Iron Bark there coming out from Devastonia. She's going to be able to block that kill, but guess what? They have that Death Mark available for Wealthy Man, and Alori is actually playing a human here, I do believe, so he's not actually going to be able to remove that Death Mark. No Unending Resolve as well, no Iron Bark. They could just pull the trigger on this and do a lot of damage here. Devastonia in the meantime also getting sent here by Cubsy and Flop. Can he find a Cyclone out of this bash? I don't think Flop is actually playing it, and they won't have enough crowd control there, but otherwise Wealthy Man could have pulled the trigger right there and gotten very aggressive. They're going after Stop though. Stop has the dispersion available, and he might need to use it. Wealthy Man actually accessing that Vanish. He had to use his Cloak of Shadows there as well. Mana not looking good for Flop, and they are running out of time on the side of the super one-shot Frogs. Cubsy actually using his Ice Block right there aggressively to get out of the fear. Flop once again trying to get a drink here. Alori is all over him though, trying to stop it. Devastonia is also there. They need to pull the trigger on that Death Mark, and now here we go. There's the Death Mark. Big damage coming out here, and they are trying to send Stop right there with the Smoke Bomb, but he just trinkets out, walks away, gets the Desperate Prayer there as well, and Stop should be able to recover, and now Flop has no mana left, and it looks like RNG are just seconds away from taking this game. Devastonia trying to shut down the drink. Flop actually is trying to sit down for a drink. Can they stop Devastonia from stopping Flop is the name of the game right now. If you are super one-shot Frogs, desperation right now on the board. Flop actually trying to get that drink, but once again getting silenced. They are all over him. They're not going to allow him to get any mana here. Cubsy and Wealthy Man, they have nothing left. No Cloak of Shadows. Here's the big Void Torrent coming in, and Wealthy Man, I don't know if he can get any big crits here to try to take down the Shadow Priest, but with that dispersion in his back pocket, I don't see it happening. Wealthy Man dropping to 10% HP, almost going down right there, and I think he will here. The Affliction Warlock is just rotting down everything right now. Alori just having a field day on that Warlock. Flop dropping low. He's going to use the Bark Skin. Cubsy crosses the map. Wealthy Man trying to stall for that Cloak of Shadows, but there's just no openings. They blind the Warlock defensively. They gouge the Shadow Priest. Wealthy Man catches one final last heal there, and Flop somehow is working with Fumes and actually keeping his team in the fight. I don't know how he's able to do this, but they have somewhat recovered here a little bit.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, I can't even see blue on Flop's mana bar at all. They may just get a reset if they continue going. I mean, Wealthy Man's topped up. Cubsy about 20% health, but may just be on his way. You can see they're really using the space of the map and those pillars to stay away from the enemy team here and stabilize for a little bit. I mean, it was looking so scary for so long there. Super one-shot Frogs recovering, but it might not be a Wealthy Man having to trade out that Cloak of Shadows to stay alive here, but it might not be enough. Still a lot of damage. You can see Alori just pumping absolutely on that Warlock. Cubsy in trouble, Wealthy Man in trouble, Flop barely any mana. He's desperately trying to get out those drinks, but can he do it, Sid? Does he go?
Dude, Flop actually got a little bit of a sip right there, and Devastonia has no mana left. I don't know how, but the super one-shot Frogs might actually be able to pull this one off. There's no dispersion onto Stop right now. Flop still trying to stay alive, and he is super low. He's trying to keep Wealthy Man alive, and he's working on those Fumes, but I don't know how he's going to be able to do it. Devastonia catches a few regrowths, and they're actually able to do it. Cubsy takes him down, but Flop might get cross kill. It might just be a triple kill right now. The Shadow Priest is pushing in. Wealthy Man trying to stay alive. Flop is going to go down. It's going to be a 2v2. Wealthy Man has no Cloak of Shadows. He's got nothing left. They just need to go all out here, I think, onto the Shadow Priest. I don't know how they're going to be able to kill him. Kidney shot onto Stop. Wealthy Man actually with the Battle Master right there. He's got no dots on him. Can Cubsy take him down? It's so close. Can they do it? That Ring of Fire is burning and burning. That Gladiator's Emblem is going to fade for Wealthy Man. It might just be a 1v1. Wealthy Man takes him down. 1% HP, and he's going to Flop. And now we have a 1v1 right now between Cubsy and Devastonia in dampening. Devastonia actually is favored in this matchup, but right now Devastonia has got no mana, and Cubsy might be able to secure the win here for his team. The Renewal comes out, the Frenzied Region comes out, the Healthstone comes out, Dragon's Breath into the Arcane Surge, and that's going to be a massive crit for Cubsy, who gets the last man standing for the super one-shot Frogs. What a game.
Oh my god, I need to take a nap after that, Zico. That so insane. Oh, okay, I gotta recover. All right, chat, Zico, we're all gonna take a deep breath after that. Whew, super one-shot frogs. They are walking away with a victory. That was so close. I was really pulling for RNG to get a tie, but they are just too good. Flop is such a giga Chad, keeping his team alive with nothing left in the tank.
I mean, I counted them out basically at this point here. Like, Flop's got no mana left. He's got the Innovate running. His whole team has no cooldowns left. He's just prioritizing. It's so nice to see, you know, these Resto Druid mains, how they can do. Like, look at Flop in this situation, how he's navigating between healing himself. He's using Bark Skin, so he takes less damage, and then he's using his actual Iron Bark here onto, you know, his teammates, trying to keep them alive, using all of his mana to keep his teammates alive, and then using Frenzied Regen to keep himself alive, just trying to be as efficient as possible, buying them enough time to get the kill. Cubsy goes out, gets the KO, and then here in the 2v2 you know, cross kill moment, they manage to kill off Flop finally. But look at Wealthyman just dancing around the pillar here, trying to make sure that he doesn't get dotted, gets the kidney shot. He knows it's going to be trinketed, so he's just already pre-line of sighting, buying Cubsy time to get the damage rolling. And that Ring of Fire is getting so much value here for Cubsy, and Cubsy just being allowed, because of the fact that Wealthman is running around this pillar like this, being allowed to actually get enough casts off to actually close it out. And then, of course, in the 1v1, Cubsy here once again dragging Devastonia out in open field, going for those Arcane Blasts, and then he gets a big Arcane Surge as well, and it's going to be the Dragon's Breath to kind of allow him to set that up. And you can see here spamming out his missiles. Then he gets the Dragon's Breath, casts the Arcane Surge. He's going to break to the touch of the Magi, but keeps Devastonia in his line of sight for long enough. And then that Presence of Mind Arcane Blast as well to take him down. This has got to be the game of the weekend right here.
Yeah.
I actually cannot believe we had a 3v3 into a 2v2 into a 1v1. And Wealthyman, like, how many people actually play with Gladiator's emblem nowadays? Wealthyman actually pulling it off. And it's such a game changer for him here, because that's what actually gave him this big heal here during the 2v2.
Yeah, that is a very good question. I mean, this is a incredible victory. RNG, that was, I mean, they really should be proud of themselves here. They are really holding their own right now in this series. The score is definitely not indicative of their performance, because there were so many incredible moments that their team had as well on the side of RNG. I mean, that is an incredible feat in and of itself. We've got one more chance here on the side of RNG to stay in this series. However, Super One-Shot Frogs, they are on match point. They're very close to getting this one as a 3-0. They do have that draft pick advantage on the side of RNG, but they chose a larger map here. They chose Imperial Domain. They still weren't able to make it happen. I don't really know how many compositions they have available to them today, Zico. So I'm kind of wondering what is next for them. I mean, just given how close they were in that last game, do you think they should just try that again?
I mean, I feel like when you have a game that comes down to a 1v1, I think it's safe to say that you can probably just, you know, do a small adaptation, you know, in terms of just how you play it, and you probably walk out with a win here if you are RNG. So I certainly hope that they stick with this matchup, because that was extremely fun to watch, and that's got to be one of the best games I've seen in general. Like, that was amazing. Yeah.
That's as close as you can get, literally, I think, in Arena with a 1v1. It's not often you get to see those. Not often you get to see a cross kill, but like a double cross kill, that is definitely a rare sight to see. So, and we're not even through with this series yet. We've got some more games coming up here. RNG, like I said, they've got another chance to stay in it here, but at this point, they're in a situation where they have to reverse sweep. So we're locking in our composition for both sides, and we are heading to Tolvaron. So a lot of room available for both of these teams to maneuver around. I mean, who do you think in this situation, though, Zico, is more advantageous to the space that Tolvaron has to offer?
It's definitely got to be RNG here. You know, they're just working through these large maps, just trying to do what they can here to make sure that they can get away from Wealthyman. But, you know, it's not bad for resetting as well, you know. Flop able to get a lot of things done because of these large maps. You know, the rest of the Druids love these large maps because it is harder to shut down their drinks. So it can be a double-edged sword, but we'll just have to wait and see. And if you're RNG, like, you got to be a little bit tilted after that. You got so close. You were winning the whole game. The whole team is on 20% running around a pillar. Their healer has no mana. And somehow Flop is just pulling out miracles, just drinking 1 or 2 ticks. being allowed to kind of get a reset, just playing perfectly. Everyone's avoiding all of the damage. Nobody wants to go into line of sight and get dotted. Flop is just getting those dispels out on the dots and just healing with Frenzied Regen, healing with his Innervate, and just being allowed to just keep his team afloat for just a couple of extra seconds. And I mean, if you're RNG, if I was on RNG, I would be a little bit tilted after a game like that just came down to a 1v1.
You know what it reminds me of is that meme of those two guys where like the one guy is just screaming into his headset singing like I've been wasting my life. That one, and then the other guy that's like just banging on his keyboard. I feel like that's what we got super one-shot frogs in RNG right now. So, hopefully they don't get too tilted, because this is definitely a difficult situation. Especially when this is kind of your first time as a roster playing on a live tournament. So we'll see what they can do here. We're about 40 seconds already into this series. RNG looking to stay in this one.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it here. It's match point. This is the lower bracket elimination series. If RNG loses here, they might just be taken out. And Alori already getting absolutely blasted. That's going to be the Void Shift. That's going to be the Unending Resolve. And that is going to be a very happy Cubsy right there, getting the work done. He actually spell stole the Power Infusion right now. Cubs is going to have a lot of damage here. There's a Smoke Bomb. He actually, what is going on here? Super one-shot frogs. They're just going on different targets right now. Cubs is like, you know what? I don't care about your Smoke Bomb. I'm going to go after Stop here for a second. You have fun there with the Warlock. And Stop actually dropping quite low here. If they can get that dispersion, it's going to be huge. He's in execute range. They might be able to pull the trigger. Can't be too greedy against Arcane Mages, because Arcane Mages, they do empowered Arcane Barrages. If you are sub 35 HP, that's going to be the executes coming in. The Cyclones are rolling, and that is going to be it. Super one-shot frogs living up to their name. Flop coming in with the BM Tranquility here at the end. Flop is the man of the series. He's the man of the match, getting those Cyclones. He wasn't playing Cyclone, I think, in that previous game, but he swapped to it now and just started juggling those Cyclones, and it got them an early win because of that.
Oh my gosh! Wow, that was a quick last game to finish off that series, man. Okay, 3-0. We're gonna see how that went as well. I mean, that was like quite a bit of a difference between game 2 and game 3. But here's how it all went down.
Yeah, so here they're going after the Shadow Priest to get the dispersion, and they get a cheap shot onto the Devastonia into a Cyclone. And look at Flop here, just chilling here on top of the healer. Another Cyclone. Look at the timing on that. There's no gaps. There's no, he's not allowed to get any healing in between. And look at Cubsy. He's just sitting here in the back line, enjoying himself on the Arcane Mage, getting the Arcane Missiles, getting the Barrage, Ice Blocking after they get the kill, Tranquility after they get the kill, and just massive disrespect. And I think this is the moment that kind of led to it all. They got the Unending Resolve of a massive hit of damage right there, and they got the Void Shift. So at this point, it's just complete domination from the super one-shot frogs. They're going to be advancing to Championship Sunday, and unfortunately for RNG, another good showing. They definitely had a really entertaining games, and I feel like this is one of those series that definitely could have been a 3-1, a 3-2 even. But for RNG, they got close, but close. In Sweden we say close doesn't shoot a hare or like a rabbit.
Oh, yeah. It's a good. What is it in Swedish?
Nära skjuter ingen hare.
That sounds way cooler.
Yeah, it does.
You say it again, Aya. You say it again.
Okay, wait. Do it. Say it again. We'll say it again, Zico.
Nära skjuter ingen hare.
Yana. Oh, geez. I'm gonna offend you. I don't want to. I'm gonna say something inappropriate.
Yeah, we'll shut that one down as fast as possible. Super one-shot frogs coming in. That was such an exciting series, though. Very back and forth. And, it's not very often you see a series go down to a 3v3, a 2v2, a 1v1. And we had the pleasure of getting to watch that unfold. It does mean the Super One-Shot Frogs will be advancing through the lower bracket, and RNG will, unfortunately, be eliminated. That brings us to one series left today. I feel like we've been marching through today quite quickly. There's only one series left, and it is going to be a big one, Zico. It is Liquid versus Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, this is, two of the Titans. This was, Liquid, the team that came second from Cup number 1. They find themselves here battling to the grave against Luminosity Gaming. They had extremely close games against Luminosity Gaming the last time they fought each other, where Liquid did take the win. I think both of their series, because they played them twice, was 3-2. in favor of Team Liquid. But this is going to be Luminosity's test here, and Luminosity Gaming, this is it. Do you guys have the sub-rogue prepared? Is Drake going to be bringing it out? Because I think that's what it's going to take to actually take Liquid down.
Yeah, I think you have a really good point about that. I mean, we'll see if Luminosity Gaming has made any adaptations and what Liquid is going to do. They're coming off a pretty unfortunate loss against DUKAMIFIED and their RMP, so they got to kind of shake off that loss. They are ahead, so this season, I mean, if we could go back in history, and Luminosity of Gaming is, of course, going to be ahead, but this season, it's been all about Liquid. They're actually up 2-0, I believe, in the head-to-head series against Luminosity Gaming. So this series, I feel like I would have to give a slight edge to Liquid because of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is the team that I predicted for second. So I definitely hope that I'm right, but I know that Luminosity, I would hope that they're fired up for where they are in the bracket. So we'll see. Luminosity Gaming 8-0 against Liquid is the actual stat. So yeah, that's a big number. It's a big ratio.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Luminosity Gaming is such a dominant team. I feel like they've had a slow start to the season, but you really can never count this team out. They'll be going head-to-head here against Liquid, and I'm really curious to see what happens in this one. Do you have any predictions for the blind pick, Zico?
I am going to blind pick predict Moonkin, Sub-Rogue, and Devastation. Oh, sorry, Evoker from Sidu and from Liquid. And I am going to predict Shadow Priest, Sub-Rogue, Shaman from Luminosity.
All right, well, we're going to have to see if Drake is going to be locking in that Subtlety Rogue or if they have something else in store. You do not want to miss this series. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, our final series of the day.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the last series of the day. It's also a pretty big one. We've got Team Liquid facing off against Luminosity, and it is elimination as well. We are in the lower bracket, Ven. So both of these teams facing getting knocked out before we even make it to Championship Sunday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at this point, you would expect this to be like a grand finals. And in fact, this, I believe, was the grand finals last year. So yeah, Liquid and Luminosity Gaming, you wouldn't really anticipate them being in the lower bracket. But Golden Guardians in that upper bracket has, thrown some difficulties
Wrench
for
in the
these
plan.
teams in place. Yeah, exactly. Thrown a wrench in the plan. So Liquid and Luminosity Gaming, they're going to be going into an elimination series, something you really wouldn't expect. But I feel like, no matter what happens in this matchup, I feel like both these teams have kind of set themselves up nicely for this season so far. This is Cup number 2. I do believe the loser of this does end up in a 5th, 6th position, I think. So the winner of this will guarantee themselves at least top 4, loser 5th and 6th. Not the worst spot to be, but obviously for both of these teams, you would expect a little bit more. It's just a really competitive season. Liquid coming in with the prediction. This is actually the exact prediction that you came with, Zico. Good for you.
Yeah, sometimes I get them right. And we are going to see Drake on the sub rogue. This is really what I was hoping to see. So it's going to be interesting to see. We're going to have Trill versus Drake rogue showdown here. And Trill's been getting the better end of Drake, but Drake has been on that assassination rogue. So now he's been in the lab. He's been powering up on that sub rogue. And we are going to see an opener here onto Sam I Am here. And so far, not a lot of damage coming out, but Drake hasn't committed his stance. Full blind onto Brain. There's the beam as well. Liquid pulls the trigger first here on the setup. Full kidney shot, though, onto Trill. Drake a little bit quicker there with the stun, and that's going to allow him to actually shut down that entire setup before it even gets going. Now Drake finally in a kidney shot, but his whole team is out of crowd control. He should be able to sit through this one. No problems, but as I say that, overwhelming amounts of damage. Going to proc his Sheet Death in the opening stages. Liquid definitely showing dominance so far.
Yeah, Liquid is looking good so far. Drake getting low, gouge on Brain. They are continuing the pain train. And that's going to be the Cloak of Shadows from Drake to try to stay alive. We got a Cyclone on Brain. Samlime's just going clone crazy. It is Clone City, but it's actually Trill in trouble. Trading out the Trinket Cloak evasion immediately. I mean, this is just so back and forth. Both these rogues just shredding each other. Another kidney shot here on a Drake. Is he going to be able to hold on? Brain not in crowd control. Not in any crowd control. Just cannot heal through the damage. It is too high. Forced to trade up the Spirit Link Totem. Luckily, he still has his Trinket, but with the way damage is working in this game, I don't know if Brain is going to be able to heal through these setups much more.
Yeah, Brain has his Trinket, but no real defensive kind of trade with it. But now they're going after Sam I Am. Big damage here. Cedar sitting into a Fear, into a Gouge. Sam I Am going for a Cyclone, though, and now they're going after Trill. Big damage. Full silence here onto Cedu. Doesn't have the rescue just yet. There it is, finally coming out. That's going to be the Siphene as well. They need to kill that off. Sam I Am kills it off. Sam I Am now as well, dropping to about 50% HP. Cedu with the Dream Projection, stacking up the team, gets the big healing overtime effect. And now Sam I Am needs to get aggressive here. Full kidney shot onto Drake. Sam I Am actually going for the Cyclone here. Mind Control coming out here by Prev, beautifully done. Another mind control here onto Trill, just making it super difficult for Cedo to actually heal him. Prev with some MVP plays, but now finally Sam I Am shuts it down there with the Cyclone onto Prev. Now they're swapping to Sam I Am, full kidney shot there onto him. There's the Void Torrent, big damage, and that will be Shadow Step kicked here by Trill. Now it's going to be Prev potentially in trouble as he sits through another kidney shot. Beautiful disarm though onto Trill, and this game is super back and forth. Cedo still has his Trinket, and the nullifying shot finally faded, and that's going to allow Luminosity Gaming here to get aggressive.
Let's see. Prev at the pillar right now, getting blasted a little bit here by Sam I Am, who's taking a central position. Really good totem there by Brain, setting up the triple fear. Big setup here on the Trill, but doesn't look like they have the damage to follow it up. Cedu's just going to be trading out that Emerald Communion to survive this setup, but that is such a huge part of his defensive kit. A setup here now on a Drake once again, just a cheap shot on Brain. Does he have the healing to keep him alive? He's doing what he can, throwing in the Riptides, the Earth Shield. Looks like Drake is still going to have to trade out the Cloak of Shadows, so just slowly working through those cooldowns. Now it's going to be a full kitty shot on Cedu. Can they get the cheap shot onto Trill? Looks like he is not going to get connected on right now. They might change their attention here onto Sam I Am. We have a cheap shot now. Cheap shot on Trill. Can they take him down? He's got the Trinket Cloak. Oh, that was a close call there, Trill. But Cedu is forced to trade out his Trinket and Cloak of Shadows on top of that. So Cedu has no cooldowns left. Luminosity Gaming potentially just one setup from closing out this game.
Yeah, and Sidu is in a kidney shot right now. That setup could be happening. Sam ducks in the bear form, tries to heal himself up with that frenzied region. Drake now in trouble as well. He trades out. Actually, he has nothing to trade out. Drake is just going to flop here, and it's such a back and forth game. Team Liquid there are going to be able to take down Drake in this game number 1, but that was a way too close game here for Comfort for both sides, honestly.
I feel like Liquid, they look so good with this composition. I mean, Luminosity Gaming, they did a good job, I feel like. I mean, Liquid was on the back foot a lot of the times in that game. I would say overall pressure felt like it was in Liquid's favor, but there's definitely a few close calls there on Trill in this matchup. We'll be able to see the replay exactly how this kill did unfold, but it was close. I mean, Trill was basically working with nothing in terms of defensive cooldowns. Sidu had already traded out everything he had. You have Sam and Trill both low. This is, I think, a little bit of a panic moment here. You have the full blind on Sidu. Cheap shot on Sam cheap shot on Trill, and this is where Trill is barely able to survive. The rescue comes in from Sidu. He gets gouged on his trinket, but luckily there is enough healing for Trill. He gets a Cloak of Shadows off, and you still see the pressure, though. I mean, look at this. The Prev is getting dots on Trill, on Sam, roasting everybody, a full kidney shot on Sidu, but they're able to reverse it with a quick setup here onto Drake. He trinkets out of the kidney shot into the cheap shot, and they just have the damage to take him down. Brain just not even in crowd control right now, but I feel like a lot of this game, actually, Brain was just not even CC'd. His healing just wasn't enough to actually keep him alive.
Yeah, that's exactly what it felt like, and I think they just felt too far behind there. I'm trying to see when Prev actually used his Void Shift. So here he actually still has it. So this was the kind of a panic moment where Sidu trinkets out. And when does he actually use his Void Shift on Drake, I would assume. So Prev still has it available, and everybody's at full HP on the side of Luminosity. It looks like they have great pressure here, and at this point, this is where they proc Trill's cheat death. So Prev still has it here. When did it actually go off? Drake, oh, does it go off as he dies? Is that what happens here? Yeah. Did he, what? It didn't heal. What happened to his Void Shift there? Did he just use it on the wrong guy or something? Maybe he pressed it at the exact same time as he died, and it like while the projectile was traveling, he just died. I think that's what happened.
It's really unfortunate, though. I mean, that would have been a pretty good lifeline to have, and I feel like they were close to winning that one. So this is still anybody's series at this point. Luminosity Gaming definitely has the opportunity to battle it back, but Liquid winning that game number 1, definitely going to be happy. I do feel like, I get the feeling that this is going to be one of those series where both teams have one composition. Like, I think these are the comps we're seeing for the remainder of the series. I don't think like counter comping or counter picking is really going to be a thing. It hasn't, to be honest, I mean, it's something that's been quite interesting. I feel like counter comping this season hasn't really been much of a thing. It feels like for the most part, we're just seeing teams kind of lock in their main composition that's well-rounded and just kind of play it through.
Yeah, I really like that, actually. So people just kind of sticking to their guns, and it's been interesting because there's been a lot of variety. You know, I think almost every single spec has been played at this point in the AWC. So it's still early in the season as well. We haven't seen, I think there is, actually, have we seen every Hunter spec? We did see My Way play BM Hunt. I think we've basically seen every spec at this point, except I guess we haven't seen like Outlaw Rogue. There's a couple of outliers, but in general, it's been a lot of diversity, and it's been cool to see, actually. We're going to see Luminosity most likely lock in the same thing. I mean, they need to lock in the same thing. That looked way too good. They still had some answers there at the end. If the Void Shift came in a little bit earlier, or I'm really not sure if he was maybe in a shadowy duel or what exactly, but I didn't catch it. But either way, if they got that Void Shift, that Link was also rotating back up for Brain, so they were going to have a lot of defense coming back up there for Luminosity Gaming. And offensively, it looked good. They proc the Sheet Death Trill. They had the Trinket from Sidu. They had the Communion down. Definitely very back and forth. So I like this comp a lot. And what do we think about Drake's sub-rogue appearance? Because we haven't seen it here on broadcast yet.
I feel like it looked fine. I mean, I didn't really notice anything too obviously bad. I feel like Drake is just one of those players that's just so solid. I feel like he's going to be able to handle the sub-rogue, and I think he had a fine performance. I mean, Luminosity Gaming, although I do kind of feel like after watching that game, they were on the back foot for a lot of it. They were still consistently finding the setups, and it felt like they were maybe just 1 or 2 setups away from just closing it out. So they actually did survive there with the Void Shift. maybe some other cooldowns would have rotated back up, and they could have extended the game a little bit longer to actually close it out. Because I mean, against the Preservation Evoker, once you've got the Communion out of the way, once you've got the Trinket out of the way, it's basically just a matter of time before you're going to be able to actually win the game. So Luminosity Gaming this to extend the game a little bit more, a little bit better with their defensive cooldown usage / rotation. But it seems really difficult for Brain because even when he's not crowd controlled, Sam-I-Am and Trill are just blasting Drake. Like the Riptides and Earth Shields and Earthenwall Totem are not enough for the single target burst that the Moonkin Rogue has available, it seems. So he's going to have like a grounding totem or Nature's Swiftness, a Spiralink Totem, something like that. Unless Prev can really, assist shutting down some of the damage.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I feel like Brain, even when he's free, like you mentioned, he's not able to get it done. But I think Luminosity Gaming, they just need to have, a lot of offense, because when we see the Golden Guardians play, that's basically all it is, right? That's what's kind of buying Absters a lot of time for his team to actually recover. And especially in a matchup like this, there isn't, there's so much overwhelming burst damage. The Moonkin can just erase somebody immediately with those Star Surges. Same thing for Trill on that Rogue. Can just absolutely destroy somebody in a matter of seconds. So there's a lot of burst happening. And sometimes it can be hard to actually find, that little time window to actually get those casts off. So we'll see what happens here. Liquid up 1-0 here against Luminosity. But something tells me that Luminosity, they are going to be getting their revenge here. I feel like that was their warm-up game, and now we'll see their true form.
All right, let's see how it goes. We're going to have Drake moving forward in stealth right now, and at Trill as well. So both rogues just going to be sitting in stealth, looking for an opportune opener here. See who can find it first. Both these teams very evenly matched. It's been back and forth so far this season, but Liquid ultimately pulling ahead, and they have another lead in this series. So going up 1-0 right now. Keep in mind, this is an elimination series. The loser of this will be eliminated from Cup number 2. We'll see who can pull it off. Right now, taking a little bit of a blast of damage. Drake's going to be opening very aggressively here onto Trill with this kidney shot. Cheap shot. Nice rescue from Sidu while he is silenced. So nice utilization of that defensive cooldown. Even when you're silenced, you can still use the rescue, and that's going to save Trill as they get aggressive here onto Drake. He has to Trinket, so Drake trades out his Trinket and a Vanish in order to survive that setup. Very, very interesting, and a lot of that comes down to Sam-I-Am getting a nice knock on Drake out of the Earthenwall Totem, so he wasn't able to rely on that defense. Nicely done there by Sam.
Yeah, Sam-I-Am also fake casting a interrupt right now, getting those precognition procs, allowing him to get those Cyclones onto Drake. And now there's a full Sleepwalk here onto Brain. No Tremor Totem on that one, but I do believe it actually got Master Spell there from Prev, so they're going to be able to, survive from that one. A little bit of miscommunication there as Sam-I-Am clones Prev, and Trill actually Shadow Steps over to him. It looks like Trill wanted to swap to him, and that could be an opening here for Luminosity Gaming. They get a full sap here onto Sidu, cheap shot here onto Sam, and Trill with beautiful positioning actually in line of sighting, but he gets caught up in a kidney shot. Stormkeeper loaded up here for Brain. A lot of damage potential here onto Trill. Brain trying to zap him out of the game, but it's going to be Trill going for a kidney shot bash onto Brain. Nice Thunderstorm there onto Sam-I-Am, interrupting that Cyclone. That's going to be the Root Solar Beam coming out, and that is going to be Brain actually making his way out of that one. And it looks like they are going to be able to stay alive here. Still no Trinket on Drake for another 50 seconds. That could be the opening they need, but right now it's going to be Trill in a lot of pressure. Trill's going to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Silence onto Sidu. They're getting more pressure here onto Sam-I-Am. The Shadow Priest is really popping off here. Sam-I-Am could be in absolute danger here. Gets Wind Sheared on his Cyclone. Full Fear onto Sidu. Sam-I-Am just sitting in bear form. Happy to just heal it out here with that Frenzied Regen. And it is going to be another overlap there. A Kidney Shot onto Prev and a Cyclone at the same time. So doesn't look like Sam and Trill are on the same page here. Trill wants to go after the Shadow Priest a lot more than Sam by the looks of things.
Yeah, they're going to need to get on the same page if they want to have a clean win. Brain, Prev, and Drake, they're going to be marching forward. Drake actually gets a re-stealth here just for a moment. A brief moment in time. Gets knocked out once again. Sam-I-Am just going to be dotting and playing defense here for the team. Prev as well, just kind of blasting. Both Wizards realizing they're probably not the main target in this match. It's going to be all about taking down the Rogue. Sidu moving forward, actually getting Drake out of stealth. Nicely done there. Finding him and allowing Trill to get a clean opener. They get a stun on Brain. They get a stun on Prev. Do they have the kidney shot here onto Drake? No, Drake strikes first with a kidney shot of his own, but a beautiful triple fear here. Now Drake is in a kidney shot. This is the moment. Liquid can make a huge push, but the damage just isn't there. Finally, a huge hit of damage coming. A couple Star Surges there from Sam I Am, chunking down Drake, but Brain's able to easily heal through it. And unfortunately, Liquid, they're not able to get too much done with these cooldowns. As I say that, Prev taking a little bit of damage, might have to use the Dispersion, but he's got the defensive cooldowns to trade. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to get much more, and it looks like Prev's going to be okay.
Yeah, the Vampiric Embrace is going to be assisting Brain here in that recovery. Full Sleepwalk being casted out here, and it doesn't look like he was actually able to land that one. Brain, once again, just casting out some healing surges, allowing his team to stay alive, and it's going to be Trill actually taking a lot of damage here, and that will be the Emerald Communion coming out here from Sea-Doo. These Scythe actually... actually, it's Void Tendrils there in the back line, channeling that beam. Beam kind of looks the same, but Prev right now with Mind Games, here comes big damage. Prev actually going after Sam I Am and Trill going after Drake at the same time. So Trill going to be getting the better end of that exchange. But now here comes another setup. Full kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. Don't have anything to follow it up. There's a gouge, but now finally connecting onto Trill. There's a full fear. Trill is in so much trouble. Sea-Doo is going to trinket, rewind, and Trill is going to trinket, cloak, evasion, and that is a wide opening now for Luminosity Gaming. They have their blind as well in their back pocket. They have the vanish as well, so they could go for a kidney shot on Sea-Doo, into a blind, into a full sap, and just try to take down Trill, unless Drake just goes down right now. It looks like Drake is trying to get it right here. Sea-Doo actually trying to kite here, doing a great job, honestly, with that knock into that landslide. Now a kidney shot here onto Drake, slowing him down. Sea-Doo realizing that they are in big trouble. Spirit Bloom coming out here as well, that dream projection as well, dispelling Trill here. So definitely taking their time to try to stall it out, but there it is, full blind onto Sea-Doo. Trill actually in a fear, into a gouge onto Sea-Doo, into a kidney shot, into what exactly? Stormkeeper. Do they have any more crowd control? There's the silence. Rescue comes out, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Trill so low right now. He still has the Sheet Death in his back pocket and miraculously survives that KO attempt from Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, that was such a good push, but Sea-Doo reacting appropriately, had a lot of healing stored up, and was able to seal the deal. Sam I Am right now with a big hit of damage here onto Prev. He gets interrupted. He does have the Dispersion, but he's still locked out on Shadow, finally able to trade it out. We have a Cyclone on Brain, and now Drake is on the run. Trill's trying to take him down, but doesn't have the stuns available. Now Trill realizing it is their turn to strike. He's going to play defensive, does not want to allow Luminosity Gaming an easy opener, but it's going to be Sam I Am who's forced to trade out his Trinket into a cheap shot. Sea-Doo in the backline able to heal him up, but that was a nice attempt there. Now Sam has no Bark Skin and no Trinket. There is an opening here for the side of Luminosity Gaming to go after the Moonkin, but they have to hold on. Sam I Am finds some crowd control, a bash on Brain. Still good pressure here on Prev. It's a full Cyclone on Brain. Prev trying to keep himself alive. He gets interrupted there by Sea-Doo. He's got Void Shift available if he needs it. Now Drake trying to make a play here onto Trill, but it looks like maybe Sam is going to be the main target. Drake gets shut down, though, and they're not able to get the offense. A good setup here by Liquid, continuing the pressure.
Yeah, really nice. And now Sea-Doo has that nullifying shroud, so that means Liquid's going to have good pressure. Full gouge on the Brain into a full Cyclone. Who are they going to go after? It looks like Trill is going to try to just kite for now. Doesn't look like he has the stun dares just yet. He wants to go after Drake, but it's going to be Drake who pulls the trigger. Full cheap shot onto Trill, but Sea-Doo's not in crowd control. He has that nullifying shroud kind of being effective right now, allowing him to just heal through the damage. Sea-Doo is going to have that nullifying shroud fading here any second, and that means that he's going to be susceptible to crowd control. Prev pushes in here. Sea-Doo realizes it, tries to dodge the crowd control here. Nice Typhoon there by Sam I Am. Gouge onto Sea-Doo, but there's not going to be any fear follow-up as a result. There's a kidney shot now onto Sea-Doo. Trill pre-vanishes to avoid the setup. They're going after Sam I Am. They don't have anything to follow up the kidney shot, though, and it looks like Sea-Doo is going to be able to keep his team in the fight now. Trill actually, as I say that, gets cheap shotted, could be in trouble. Full blind on Sea-Doo. He trinkets out, and Trill will be able to recover here, keeping his trinket, keeping his cloak, just trusting his healer there, and now it's going to be once again here, potentially Drake on the back foot.
Ooh, Trill's in trouble. He's low. Trades out his Vanish to stay alive. He's just going to get out of there completely, but Sam I Am doesn't have that luxury, and Sea-Doo has to play catch-up. Big Emerald Communion. This is a massive heal with that Emerald Communion, and it looks like Drake might be the one that could fall. Full Cyclone here on Brain. Drake has the magic cooldowns up, the cloak and the evasion, but after that, he could be in a lot of trouble. Trill can actually get there for a stun, but he's getting blasted. Both of these rogues are in so much trouble. Trill's forced to run away. There's a full kitty shot on Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo needs to get some heals. There's the cheap shot on Trill. Do they have the damage to take him down? Still good crowd control from Sam I Am. In the meantime, onto Brain, and Drake is still under fire. I mean, he's got no cooldowns, down to 10% health. He's trying to escape. He gets a gouge, but caught into a cheap shot, and that could be the game. Void Shift comes in, but that might just kill him through it. A nice Cyclone there by Sam I Am. Is there anything on Brain? He gets Root Solar Beam, but at the same time, Trill and Sam in trouble. Ultimately, it is going to be Drake that falls. This could easily be a 2v2, but no, Another vanish here by Trill. He's gone. Salmon getting blasted just a little bit. He's got to get to the pillar to get out of line of sight. That's going to be the game. Brain taps out. Liquid up 2-0, but that's as close as it gets, really.
Ooh, what a nail biter once again. Just a second before that, Trill was looking like he might go down. And there was that one big push where they tried to take Trill down, and Sidu barely managed to keep him alive during that silence. Maybe we have it on replay. I'm not exactly sure. We're going to have to just see what we have here on the replay. So this is still kind of early in the match. They get a kidney shot on Sidu into the gouge, and they go after Trill. I think this is when they force out double trinket. So they get Sidu's trinket, and they get Trill's trinket. This is kind of the big opening after this. That allows Luminosity to kind of try to close out the match. So at this point, he does no trinket, Trill has no trinket, and they go for the blind, and then they go for the fear onto Trill, into the gouge, onto Sidu, and then they have the full kidney. Now, the problem with this is that they silence Sidu, and in silence, you can go for the rescue, and that is enough defense just to buy Sidu enough time to get out of the crowd control and then actually save him. So, unfortunately, during that blind, they weren't able to actually get the setup that they wanted. They weren't able to connect with the stun at the same time. So, a little bit of a sloppy kill attempt right there, but also really good reaction there from Sidu to keep his rogue in the fight. And then here, they're going after Trill once again, and he's dropping dangerously low, and then Drake gets disarmed, and this is the moment, I think, where Prev actually goes for that Void Shift. So he's going for a few heals, and what actually happens to his Void Shift right now, because I'm not sure. Okay, so it did go off. He just had low HP there, so it didn't do too much there. He wasn't full HP when he channeled out the Void Shift, and then Sidu with a beautiful Quell right there into a Sleepwalk, into a Beam. Drake Shadow Step kicks the Sleepwalk there, but Prev is still kicked here, and Drake is in the middle of the map. He goes for the kidney shot onto Sidu, trying to stay alive, just buying himself any glow bust that he can, but it's not enough. And Team Liquid are going to be up 2-0.
Dang. I mean, this is just Luminosity Gaming. Yeah, I mean, that was close. Let's be honest. That could have easily been a tie, but it's not often. It's just been year after year after year where you don't find Luminosity Gaming in these types of situations where it seems like their back is a little bit against the wall. Composition that they're running is not really working out that great. But we'll see if they can, kind of battle it back here. There's kind of an old saying, you beat them twice, then they kind of power up, right? When they're in the lower bracket, when they're about to be eliminated, that's when they kind of have their true form and battle it back in the series. So this could be the most difficult game ahead for the side of Liquid. They're looking good so far with their Moonkin Subtlety Rogue Evoker. It seems like when they run this composition, they have really, really good success. But Luminosity Gaming, I feel like they do have the comp. They just need to have their setups a little bit cleaner, just a little bit more damage at the right time, and it definitely seems like they can win these games.
Absolutely, and that's the thing now, though. Luminosity Gaming, are they going to get into their own head here and go back to comfort, go back to that assassination rogue? They have a lot more experience with that. It fits their playstyle very well. The map is not too bad for an assassination rogue to just try to stay alive and kite, but at the same time, I feel like the sub rogue is, it's the key to success. Like, they might win a game with the assassination rogue, but they've already lost 2 series running only that assassination rogue. So I think it is time to just kind of try to go, head to head with these sub rogues. But there needs to be a change. Also, Luminosity Gaming, it might be time for them because, Liquid just lost to an RMP. So it might be time for Luminosity Gaming to bring in Ceralium on the Fire Mage and play Fire Mage sub rogue. Maybe not this weekend. Maybe they haven't, practiced it too much. They've been focusing a lot more, compositions with Prev, but that could be something in the future that they could look to actually incorporate into their team. But the clock's ticking here. What are they actually going to do? I feel like there's a chance that they lock in the Asa rogue.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is possible. They've been losing with that composition as well. I feel like for Luminosity Gaming, they need to just kind of hold on for these cups. What they need to do is they need to hold on and make it into, the gauntlet, make it into the top 3 if they can. Obviously, easier said than done, but there are some big changes coming for Holy Paladins. And when Holy Paladins are good, Luminosity Gaming looks incredible. So I feel like Brain, he's just kind of biding his time. Holy Paladins they're not in a great spot right now. I don't think we've seen a single Holy Paladin this AWC. And you don't really see them on the ladder either. But they do have big changes coming. And if they are strong, Brain is going to be a force to be reckoned with on that one. So Luminosity Gaming, they have a chance still in this series. Their backs are against the wall. Elimination series, they're down 0-2. If they lose this, they're gone, and Liquid will win their third series against Luminosity Gaming this season. The games are close. They just need to play a little bit cleaner, and I feel like they could definitely battle it back here on Tolvaron.
Yeah, and they are going to be sticking to that sub rogue, which I do like. I think that it's smart. Just get the reps in. Make sure that you, actually get some games in against Liquid. And these games, they haven't been one-sided at all. So I think if Luminosity Gaming can just clean it up a little bit, that during that one kill moment that they had in that last game, I really feel like they could have actually won the game there if they just set it up a little bit better. They just needed to connect during the blind. But Sea was making it really difficult for them. Ideally, you get a kidney there onto Sea into the blind, into a sap, or at least you get the kidney and the blind at the same time. So Sea doesn't have that rescue shield because that silence, the evoker can still access some of his toolkit during those silences, and that's what actually allowed Trill to stay alive when he honestly should have been dead. So that game was definitely very, very close, and you can just kind of shake it off to, it's just a close call, and ultimately they weren't able to close it out. So if they can just replicate that and just do it a little bit better, they're definitely going to be in this matchup. And we said it earlier, both of us don't expect any of these compositions to change. So reverse sweeps are definitely possible in a series like this for Luminosity Gaming because, you just need to play better and you're going to be able to actually reverse sweep. So we'll see what happens here. Liquid, though, looking super solid so far. Game number 3, it's match point in the lower bracket. Liquid versus Luminosity. Who will take it?
Oh, we'll definitely have to wait and see. Sea and Sam going to be sitting back, blasting Prev a little bit here, and both the rogues are just waiting in stealth, waiting to get that perfect opener. It looks like Trill will open with a full blind here onto Brain. Gets a stun. No, it just gets feared out. Very unfortunate. Now, big setup here onto Trill. Can they take him down? It's a large amount of damage. That's Sci-Fiend doing work right now for Prev. Sea does heal through it. Trill doesn't have to trade out too many cooldowns. Goes over for a shadow step. Can he find the stun? Drake does not have a trinket. Prev does not have a trinket. So Luminosity Gaming, during that setup, they traded out their cooldowns and their trinkets, their escapes. You get aggressive there, and the question is it worth it?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out here. Trill right now is taking a lot of damage, dropping quite low right there, but he does catch a big heal there from Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo now put it into a gouge. Can they get anything to follow it up? There's a kidney shot there onto Sea-Doo. Drake now vanishing, going after Sam I Am. Sam I Am with a beautiful pre-bear form, and now they're swapping over onto Trill. They get a full fear onto Sea-Doo. Emerald Communion does get traded here. Nice setup by Luminosity Gaming, ping-ponging around the map here and forcing the issue. Now Trill trying to get some counter pressure of his own, stunning up Drake, but there's nothing onto Brain, and it looks like Brain's just going to be able to brush that one off. Drake's going to be completely fine, and Sam I Am doesn't have his barge skin, so he could be a target here on that Moonkin unless he pre-bear forms these kidney shots. Drake trying to find that kidney shot. Sam I Am actually cycloning him low. Sea-Doo going for a little bit of an early deep breath right there, but look at Sam I Am. He's trying to carry the game right now. Goes for the bash onto Brain, into the kidney shot onto Prev. He trinkets out, stops it, stops the cyclone from connecting, but they do extend the chain and they manage to find the cyclone. Now Drake could be in a lot of trouble here as Brain is sitting through that crowd control. Drake doesn't feel too safe there. Will trade out the Cloak of Shadow, so really nice work there by Sam I Am. Still more pressure here onto Prev, casting out the flash shields, casting out the vampiric touches, trying to stay alive here, but this could be the dispersion, and it will be Liquid getting 2 major objectives here in this push.
Yeah, let's see. Drake right now going to be just vanishing off, and Sea-Doo able to get him out right there. Going for a bit of a tail swipe, knock him in the air, denying the go. There's the kidney shot, though, coming in from Drake. Big cheap shot here onto Trill. Do they have the damage to take him down? Trill's just going to trade out the trinket, cloak, and evasion. All the defensive cooldowns get traded out there to survive this setup, but Sea-Doo's going to be able to hold on to his trinket, so there are still answers here for Liquid, but Trill is definitely going to be exposed moving forward in this match. Brain right now in the back line, getting everybody nice and topped off. We'll see who does decide to strike here. Drake just getting a little damage rolling on the Sam I Am. He's obviously not the main target. There's the kidney shot onto Sea-Doo. They decided to pull the trigger. Big damage here on Trill. Can he survive? The stuns do get gapped, and Drake's just going to turn his attention over on the Sam I Am. Unfortunately, it wasn't the best setup there, but they do have the double fear, and this pressure is still huge for Prev. He gets shut down by a Cyclone. Nicely done, but Trill and Sam still rotting down. Sea-Doo's got his work cut out for him here, but it looks like he is going to be able to get the team stable to make a push back and do a kidney shot. Nicely done there by Drake. Do they have the stuns here onto Trill? Doesn't look like he's able to get the gouge. Sea-Doo is in position to get some big heals, and now Liquid needs to strike back. They get a big setup on Prev. That is going to be the Spirit Link Totem, a massive amount of damage available for Samayam. They might be able to just push through this, but Trill has to hold on a little bit longer.
Oh, Drake forced trade onto Trinket now. Goes for the gouge there onto Brain. Drake's not out of the woods yet. Finally trades out the Cloak of Shadows as well as the evasion right there. Samayam fake casts the kick. He's going to be able to get those Cyclones. He gets a low Cyclone onto Drake. That's going to allow them to buy time here for the DRs to come back. Do they have any follow-up CC here? Another Cyclone onto Drake. Now Samayam could get it here onto Brain. Full kidney shot, full cheap shot onto Drake. Brain trinkets out. They fear Samayam to stop that Cyclone before Samayam just outright wins them the game. And now full kidney shot onto Trill. Shadowy duel coming out. Drake trying to 1v1 Trill here in that rogue duel. Manages to get Seedu's trinket there as well. Such a back and forth game. Luminosity knows they're on the ropes. If they lose this game, they are going to be eliminated from the cup. And Trill right now flailing to stay alive. Still has basically nothing to work with for a couple of more seconds. He's going to have that trinket and Cloak of Shadows rotating back up, as well as that evasion. Drake now realizing he is in dire straits. Brain has no trinket. Drake has no cooldowns whatsoever. They do have the Void Shift. Prev has the dispersion, so he's going to need to be the one to kind of tanks up the damage here for a second. Drake's just trying to avoid Trill in this situation, buying himself time to get his DRs back, but now Trill is going to connect. There's the kidney shot. There's the bash onto Brain. There's the beam onto Prev. He disperses. Drake's in a lot of trouble here, but he goes for the counter pressure with the kidney shot there onto Trill. Trill actually tried to pre-evasion it, but Drake manages to find the Shadow Step Kidney there anyway, and it looks like Drake is going to be able to stall here. Goes for the blind into the sap there onto Seedu. Now trying to take down Trill. Seedu has no trinket for this. Trill could be in a lot of trouble here. He's got no Cloak of Shadows as well. Can they take him down? Doesn't look like it. Samayam is there as well to deflect it with some of those heals, but it might not be enough. Seedu finally leaving crowd control. Should be able to pick up Trill in that situation, and now he has a lot of work ahead of him. He needs to pick up Samayam there as well, as Prev is sitting through a clone. Both of these healers working miracles right now to keep their teams in the fight.
It's just so back and forth. It's so explosive. It's so chaotic. These players definitely doing a great job at trying to navigate these stormy waters right now. Prev is going to be forced to retreat with Brain a little bit. Seedu's moving forward, looking for some living flames. They smell blood in the water. They want to take down Prev. He's got the Void Shift, but he's caught into a stun lock. Now a counter kidney shot here onto Trill as they're looking to get aggressive onto the rogue, but Prev is forced to use the Void Shift onto Brain. At the same time, though, Trill, he has the Vanish available. He just needs to make sure he trades it at a good time. Doesn't need to. There's a silence right now onto Seedu, but he's able to top off Trill before that happened. And now a full Cyclone onto Brain. Drake's in a lot of trouble. Samayam trying to find the damage if he can, looking for another Cyclone. Does manage to find it, and that does mean that Drake could potentially fall, and he does. Beautiful control there by Samayam, just doing such a playmaker on that Moonkin for their roster, and Liquid with a very good 3-0 in this series, eliminating Luminosity Gaming. This is the third time they beat them this season, which is, I mean, that's a huge difference from what we've seen in the past.
Absolutely. I mean, Liquid usually, and everyone in NA is struggling with Luminosity, but so far this series was the most dominant one yet. And Samayam, like you called out here, I mean, look at Samayam, what he's getting done on this Moonkin. Consistent control here. He's getting the beams onto Prev. He's getting the beam onto Brain right there. He's getting the Cyclones, the bashes, really setting up his team. And every single one, look at that, low Cyclone, into another low Cyclone, into a kidney shot onto Brain, into a Cyclone onto Prev, forcing out Prev's trinket, forcing out Brain's trinket. So literally just getting two trinkets right there because of that low Cyclone onto Drake. But Samayam definitely juggling the Cyclones, and a lot of it is because Samayam is able to fake cast all of these kicks. I think I saw him with precognition basically the entire game. So here again, Samayam going for the Cyclone. Once again, trying to fake cast, manages to land the Cyclone onto Drake. They're going after Prev. They're getting the big pressure. They get the cheap shots here onto Seedu. And immediately Samayam, look at him, bashes Brain, goes for the full Cyclone out of that. Actually gets kicked there on his Cyclone, and they force out the Void Shift. And then Samayam continues to push it in, looking for more crowd control. And eventually he finds it. And it's enough for them to actually take the game. So he gets the Solar Beam right there into a full Cyclone, and Prev is kicked there by Seedu, and Prev's trying to go for those flash heals. Trill is disarmed in this moment in time, so Samayam, just look at him trying to perfectly time that re-Cyclone onto Brain right there, and he manages to find another one, and then there's the damage coming in as well. Brain trinkets out, but doesn't have a Spirit Link Totem for another 14 seconds there, and there's no Void Shift because of that previous setup that they just did to Prev. And I am just getting these Cyclones, especially the ones where you just did a go and you do it on the target when it's low, because that's doing two things. It's keeping your pressure and it's resetting those diminishing returns. So it's allowing you to basically pause a player's HP get your DRs back, and then the next setup that you get is going to be so much more deadly and force out so many more cooldowns because of that. So that's really what opened up the game here. That one time where he did that, they got 2 trinkets out of the way and basically gave them, a lot of cooldowns, a lot of momentum in the match.
All right. Well, that was an incredible series from Team Liquid. I feel like it's a full moon or something. Luminosity getting knocked out, not even making it to Championship Sunday. So we will see them return for Cup 3, but that is going to put them in a bit of a rough situation. I mean, it's not a horrible place to finish in terms of standings. So Luminosity shouldn't be in too much trouble. But Team Liquid, incredible job. We're going to see them go on to Super One-Shot Frogs on Sunday. Then for the lower semifinals.
Yeah, definitely not an easy match for them. The Super One-Shot Frogs, they've been looking really good, not only bringing in the Demonology Warlock, as well as the Elemental Shaman, but also the Arcane Mage and Assassination Rogue. They still have Chun-Li on the bench, so lots of different options for them there as well. I mean, Liquid, they have been really experimenting. I mean, you see things like Mez on the Elemental Shaman. They're really trying to mix it up and kind of incorporate all of the different players, and that's one of the things that makes them kind of an all-star roster. But then after that, we're going to have that upper bracket, DUKAMIFIED versus the Golden Guardians. DUKAMIFIED, the Rogue Mage Priest, look to be on fire. They're the ones that 3-0'd Liquid, send them down to that lower bracket. I'm curious to see if the Golden Guardians is going to, give them a reality check, or if DUKAMIFIED can continue this role that they're on and make it all the way into the finals.
Yeah, DUKAMIFIED, new team name, Calvish, Kearney, Nick, and Tuna definitely on fire so far this weekend. So for sure, looking forward to that series. Golden Guardians and DUKAMIFIED have had an incredible weekend so far. So we'll see them play it out in the upper finals tomorrow. NA will be in that second half of the day. But if you guys were paying attention on Friday, we've also got those European teams as well. 4 teams left over there, and once again in the upper finals, Zico, we've got Echo versus Admirals Esports.
Yeah, it's going to be another interesting game here for Europe. And, it's kind of been the story there. Admiral Esports, they've gotten close, but Echo is just such a solid team. I believe it was a 3-1 last time they fought each other, but at least they made them bleed a little bit. Echo just been having a field day in Europe. And I really feel like this is a season where Waz has been kind of allowed to shine. He hasn't played too much Rogue. He did bring it out, yesterday, but in general, he's been playing his Moonkin a lot more. And same thing, with Peekaboo, he's been playing a lot of Rogue here. And I feel like the teams who kind of have the strongest Rogues are doing super well right now. Same thing with DUKAMIFIED and, the other teams. They're trying to basically adapt, but there's so much experience that when you can bring out these subtlety Rogues, these guys who've been playing it for decades, it is so hard if you're just picking one up to actually go up against them. So it's going to be interesting to see what Admirals Esports end up doing, if they're going to be playing maybe some more unconventional comps, if they're going to be trying out their wizard cleaves or what. But the team that I'm really looking forward to when it comes to Europe is that lower bracket, the Fiends. They had such a nice series against the Agents, actually knocking them down out of the tournament completely, and also their kind of reverse win against the casual granddads, the Fiends. They're just one of those teams, somehow they just continue to hang on by a thread and make it to Championship Sunday. So I'm really looking forward to their games.
Yeah, I am as well. They're going to be playing against Nice Beam here. So that's another team that's been made it through, that's got a Boomkin on their team, Corky. So we'll have to see how the Fiends can do against them in that series. So if you want to see those ones, definitely stick around for tomorrow for Championship Sunday. But I mean, at the end of that day, then it's going to be halfway through the first 4 cups. So that means half of the chances are gone for these teams to make it into the top 3.
It's stressful. I mean, if you're a team that's had a bit of a slow start, like Luminosity, for example, you really have to step it up in these final 2 cups. And it's not an easy thing to do. Competition is at an all-time high right now. There's a lot of really solid teams that aren't even making it to broadcast, not even making it into the top 8. So I still feel like it's anyone's game. Everyone still has to stay, as sharp as possible, because there's a lot of sharks in the water that want their chance to make it into the top 8. And if you kind of slip up even a little bit, you're definitely going to have a really rough time. And we do have changes, like we kind of mentioned. coming on Tuesday. Some slight, tweaks to different healers and different damage dealers. An overall main stat nerf that might slow down the game just a little bit. And these changes can end up being massive. Maybe we see a rise of arms warriors, for example, and the subtlety rogue falls off a little bit. Not entirely convinced of that, but it is something that could happen, and that could, shift the favor of different teams.
Yeah, we could certainly dive into that a little bit further once those changes do go through. But that is going to wrap things up for Saturday's games. So we'll see everyone tomorrow on Championship Sunday. Definitely stick around for that because this competition is for sure getting very, very fierce. So see you tomorrow, twitch.tv/Warcraft, 10 a.m. Pacific or 7 p.m. CEST. Thank you so much.